Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to meeting number 1. This is a special meeting of the Board of Education. We will call the meeting to order at 6:32 p.m. and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, roll call. All board members are present. The purpose of this meeting is application review, and we'll begin that, and I'll turn it over to Michelle Butel.
Good evening. We did have 25 candidates who applied for this position to be on the board, and we had a very nice selection, lots of very qualified candidates. My understanding is that, Mr. President, that I can make a motion and then open it up to my colleagues to add any additional individuals that they would like to be included in the interview process. With that said, I would move that the following individuals move on to our interview round: Jessica Gupta, Kristen Hall, and Ashish Rungta. And as I said, I would then open it up to any colleagues if they have others that they would like to include.
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion, if I may, and recommend add Mr. Clint Pleasant to the interview.
I would also like to add an additional individual, Mr. Paul Wright.
Does anyone else have any additional names that they would like to add at this time? With that said then, I guess the motion, Mr. President, would be for Jessica Gupta, Kristen Hall, Ashish Rungta, Clint Pleasant, and Paul Wright to be moved on to the interview round. And we would need a second.
Okay, and that's your motion. Second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, that's Kristen. All those in favor, please say aye.
I don't know, did you want any discussion?
Pardon me? Oh, you're right. Discussion at this point?
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And that is 6-0. And that's it, right?
Yeah, did you just want to talk about the remaining, the process that will be going forward for the interviews?
The next step in the interview process will be a meeting Wednesday night of this week, so two nights from right now. We will be in touch with those 5 candidates with more details. And off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what time that starts, or if that has been determined. I think it's a 6:30 start, if I recall. 6 o'clock meet and greet with the 5 candidates, and a 6:30 start for the meeting. Okay. Okay. So motion to adjourn the meeting. That's Michelle with support from Barb. Meeting is adjourned at 6:36 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will call this regular meeting to session at 7:01 p.m. and we'll begin this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. We're going to begin. Debbie Fragomeni, I'm going to hand it over to you to start.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I would like to honor two colleagues in our district that have passed over the last week. Third grade teacher Jean Dowell from Long Meadow Elementary passed away suddenly last week. And also beloved Baldwin paraeducator Debbie Szymanski lost her battle with cancer. To the families, to the students, to our colleagues through this difficult time, we send our sympathy and our support to the families. If we could just take a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I could add, just specifically about Mrs. Dowell, our teachers touch hundreds and thousands of kids' lives every year. Mrs. Dowell specifically taught both of my children. This morning I saw this quote on a whiteboard at Van Hoosen, and I wanted to read it. Teachers affect eternity. No one can tell where their influence stops. So rest in peace to Mrs. Dowell.
Thank you, Kristen. Welcome to the public regular meeting of the Rochester Community Schools Board of Education. We have several ways for the public to engage during our public meetings. First, members of the public can request to be on our agenda. Tonight, 41 members of the public have made that request. There is a form on our website for those who are interested in the future. Second, at the end of the meeting, we do have time for public comments. To participate, please fill out a yellow card and hand it to one end of the table. When you're addressing the board, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. When addressing the board, please state your name and your relationship to the district. Please address your comments to the entire board and not to individual board members, the superintendent, or other school district employees or members of the audience. Please refrain from behavior that is intemperate, abusive, defamatory, or discourteous, or that otherwise interferes with the orderly conduct and timely completion of the board meeting. We reserve the right to exclude from our meeting an individual who engages in conduct that constitutes a breach of the peace. We'll not be answering direct questions or responding to comments tonight, but we'll make sure someone follows up with you to address your concerns. Yielding time or otherwise giving time to a speaker to extend the 3-minute period by another person shall not be permitted. On behalf of my colleagues on the board, we are grateful to serve this community and appreciate your support. Roll call, all board members are present. And next is a spotlight on success, and that is Lori Grine.
Thank you, Mr. Beers. Good evening. The Rochester Community School District's strategic plan requires physical stewardship, which includes maintaining a balanced budget that is sustainable, promotes growth, and maintains high-quality student programs. We are extremely proud to share that Rochester Community Schools was presented with the prestigious Association of School Business Officials International Meritorious Budget Award for the 5th consecutive year. The MBA promotes and recognizes excellence in school budget presentation and is conferred only to school districts whose budgets have undergone a rigorous review by finance professionals and have met or exceeded the program's stringent criteria. Additionally, for the third time, RCS received the ASBO Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for meeting the highest standards for financial reporting and transparency. We have a short video message from the ASBO Executive Director, David Lewis, After watching the video, we invite Matt McDaniel, Executive Director for Business Operations, and Christy Beakey, Director of Financial Services, to say a few words, and then we'll have a couple pictures.
Cindy, are you cueing the video? All right, well, let's jump into it while we're waiting. Oh, there it goes. Oh, March is reading month. I think that's the wrong one. So, just to give you a little background, founded in 1910, the Association of School Business Officials International is a nonprofit organization that, through its members and affiliates, represent approximately 30,000 school business professionals worldwide. OSBO International is committed to providing programs, services, and a global network that promote the highest standards in school business. Its members support student achievement through effective resource management in various areas ranging from finance and operations to food service and transportation. For these awards, any school system, charter school, educational service unit, college, or university located within the United States or Canada is eligible. In recognition of the Meritorious Budget Award, David Lewis, the Executive Director of OSBO, stated that districts that apply to the MBA recognize the importance of presenting a high-quality, easy-to-understand budget, both internally and to the community. By participating in the programs, not only do districts have access to the tools and resources they need to communicate the district's goals and objectives clearly, they demonstrate their commitment to upholding nationally recognized budget presentation materials. While the 21-22 MBA is still in the process of being awarded, Rochester Community Schools was one of 3 districts in the state of Michigan to receive the award last year. Overall, only 132 districts across the United States and Canada received this honor. In recognition of the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting, Mr. Lewis shared that the COE's mission is to promote and recognize excellence in financial reporting. The comprehensive annual financial report informs stakeholders about the financial and economic state of the district, making it an important communication tool for building trust and engaging with the school community. Again, the COE is also still in the process of being awarded, but Rochester Community Schools was one of 18 Michigan school districts across the state to receive this recognition. So I'd just like to recognize, oh, we've got Mr. Lewis's video.
Good evening. My name is David Lewis, Executive Director for ASBO International. ASBO is proud to recognize the Rochester Community Schools for excellence in budget presentation and financial reporting. Your district has received the prestigious Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting consecutively since 2019 and the esteemed Meritorious Budget Award for the past 5 years. For 50 years, ASBO's COE program has supported and honored school districts' efforts towards transparent and high-quality financial reporting through their annual comprehensive financial reports. The MBA program promotes best budget presentation practices to help districts present a high-quality, easy-to-understand budget internally and to your community. Congratulations to your district, to Matthew McDaniel, and the entire business office team for their outstanding efforts to compile an award-winning budget and annual comprehensive financial report. Congratulations from ASBO International.
And I would just like to express my gratitude to Christy and the business office team. He said my name, but I'm not the one that does all the work. A lot of that is our business office team led by Christy Beakey. So thank you, Christy and team.
So I just have a quick comment. I want to recognize my team as well. So thank you for this opportunity to recognize the Business Services Department. Just so you're aware, our office is staffed with 6 full-time degreed accountants who are involved in the day-to-day financial operations of the district. They're a group of knowledgeable and dedicated team members who work extremely hard to ensure proper financial reporting and monitoring of internal controls. So I just want to say thank you to the team for their contribution, and we appreciate all that they do.
Oh, sure. So congratulations again on that. And 5 years running, I think says an awful lot about the effort for one thing, and the processes and so forth that are in place. So congratulations.
Good evening. Our second spotlight this evening focuses on a particular set of staff that we have in our district, and also just celebrating March's Reading Month with, if you have elementary age children, you know that is a big part of their day-to-day life in the elementary setting right now. So Rochester Community Schools believes reading and writing inspire joy, and we encourage our students to live a joyous literacy life. One way that we celebrate and encourage the love of reading is through our March's Reading Month activities. We're fortunate to have a dedicated team of information literacy specialists, or you may know them simply as ILS, throughout our district that spearhead building level teams to celebrate reading throughout the month of March. Please enjoy this short video, which highlights many of the ways that our ILS and building teams are celebrating a joyous literacy life in our schools throughout March's Reading Month.
Students across Rochester Community Schools have been very excited about reading during March's Reading Month. Through the hard work of the ILS team, along with school staff and PTA volunteers, each school has brought a new level of excitement to reading this month. From elementary to middle and high school, the joy of reading is very much alive. Students have had an opportunity to explore new genres, diverse books, and explore new ways that authors and illustrators create. During the Hamlin Reading Olympics, all students received a brand new book purchased by the PTA. Students loved getting to read for the gold with their new books. Hampton students voted on their favorite picture books during their annual March Book Bracket. They also enjoyed mystery readers in several classrooms. Staff and students dressed as their favorite book characters. Brooklyn students also created their own book bracket to vote on their favorite book. Students and staff dressed as their favorite book characters too. University Hills Respect and Care Club hosted a school-wide book swap. Every student left with a book that was an old favorite or new to them. U Hills partnered with a volunteer, Katie Olds, at Pan Equus Animal Sanctuary to read Click Clack Moo. She read the book with the cows in the barn and then took the first grade students on a tour of the farm. This whole staff picture was on Decades Day and also happened to be a special birthday for Principal Amy Grandy. Long Meadow raised over 1,600 cereal boxes, with the winning class having a special reading celebration with the Fur Angels. We celebrated reading with coins to the book machine for reading incentives and behavior goals reached. We enjoyed guest readers in the classrooms, and we were even encouraging students to find new places to read at home. North Hill students were booked this month with book bags containing books from this year's March Madness tournament. State Representative Mark Tisdale read to the second graders in Mrs. Matei's class. They also welcomed several mystery readers into classrooms. Musson students were makers as they created bookmarks in the Media Center. What fun! Virtual campus students had weekly maker challenges. Authors and illustrators are makers just like our virtual students. Several teachers also offered wonderful read-aloud opportunities. Virtual campus students really showed their passion for making and designing through this challenge. Hart Middle School students dove into the Reading Olympics this year. There were prizes given for reading bingo, and students also had the opportunity to make buttons in the Media Center. Watching peer-led book reviews was also a highlight of this year's Hart Reading Olympics. Chill out and read. Ruther Middle School staff and students participated in a door decorating contest. Reading trivia gave students the opportunity to show what they know about some really great books and win some pretty cool prizes while doing so. Van Hoosen Spirit Days were an awesome way to show school spirit and get fired up for the Reading Olympics. Several challenges took place across the school. In the Media Center, students were invited to create on Makerspace Monday, where they could create in honor of the Olympics. Their creativity shined as they were able to celebrate with their classmates. Battle of the Books is a high school reading program open to all Rochester High School students. It is sponsored by the PTSA and promoted by the high school informational literacy specialists. 6 books are selected from open nominations and several copies are purchased for each school. On battle nights, teams meet to compete against each other. Student teams answer the trivia questions using the digital app called Kahoot. We feel so fortunate to have this program and for the generous work and support of our PTA. These are just some of the awesome activities that students across RCS did to celebrate March's Reading Month. Our teachers continue to work hard to give students the passion and enthusiasm to continue reading.
Thank you, Corey, and thank you, everybody involved with that. It is time now to hear from our student representatives to the board, these wonderful young men and women right over here. Let's begin with Adams High School and Carson.
Thank you very much, President Beers. We actually kind of have a collaborative thing that us 3 high schools are going to start with. So first of all, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. It is great to always be here. My name is Carson Collins, and I am the Student Council President at Adams High School. This month has been more busy than ever across all of our high schools, but this week in particular has been especially eventful. The student councils and student bodies at Rochester, Adams, and Stony combined forces for our annual Charity Week. This year, we partnered with the Yellow Ribbon Fund, which is a national organization dedicated to providing support to veterans who are wounded in battle, as well as their families. We, along with many of you in the crowd at the board meeting last February, were fortunate enough to witness firsthand the impacts that this organization has on the lives of those who did so much for us.
Hi everyone, my name is Ava Hall and I am Stony Creek Student Council Board Representative. And first off, I would just like to say how much fun this Charity Week has been. I always love an excuse to support such a great cause and get the whole community involved. And this year we were taken aback by all the student involvement and support for the Yellow Ribbon Fund. Students and staff were able to participate in a number of fundraising activities that brought our school community together for a great cause. These events included an incredible Spirit Week, a Tri-High dodgeball tournament won by a team from Rochester High School, a coin stall day, multiple different food auctions brought to us by different restaurants in the Metro Detroit area, food trucks, pancake breakfasts, ice cream socials, and Stony held their second annual duck race at Van Hoosen Farm. And of course, we had so much fun at our main event, the Charity Ball Dance, hosted by Stony Creek High School.
Along with all of these amazing events held at all 3 high schools, our student council also brought in support from over 100 local businesses, ranging from food trucks to construction companies and everything in between. We just want to take this time to say that we cannot thank the community enough for the willingness to give to such an amazing cause.
Hi, I'm Drew Haney, Rochester's board representative, and I can't say how awesome it is that I cannot announce a total because we are still counting money. And I think that is really, really awesome, and we've been counting coins for many, many days. I think our estimated total from all 3 high schools is over 70,000, which is incredible. We are immensely proud of our student body and our community, and a special thanks to the Rochester Post and our Board of Education for helping us get publicity across to the entire city of Rochester. Thank you again.
We want to thank everybody who participated in this year's Charity Week and made it something that we will never forget. We also would like to thank all of our sponsors and anyone else who donated to this incredible cause. And thank you to all 3 high school student councils for their time, dedication, commitment, and hard work over this past week to make this Charity Week happen. And lastly, we would like to thank the Yellow Ribbon Fund for allowing us to be a part of the amazing impact they are creating, not only on the families' lives, but on the entire world. Thank you, everyone.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And we have a debut this evening.
Hi, I'm CJ Hicks. I'm new to the board reps. Good evening, board members and school administration. It is my pleasure to take over the ACE School Board rep responsibilities. The reason I'm so happy to do this is because ACE has played a huge part in my life, and I know that all of you made it possible. As the ACE Pathways board rep tonight, I'll be telling you my personal story. I always liked school, but in middle school my life started to get complicated and was very messy in the beginning. And my home life fell apart completely, and I questioned everything about myself. By the time I entered high school, I went by a different name and gender. I was rejected at home as well as at school, and I ended up at ACE my 10th grade year. Both staff and students at ACE supported me, and the acceptance was just amazing. I started caring about my school again. My grades ended up improving, and I even started to believe in myself and my ability to graduate. Then COVID hit, and ACE got shut down, and like millions of people in America, my life fell apart again. I left home, I got an apartment, dropped out of school, and ended up getting into an abusive relationship. And fast forward to when ACE reopened, I moved out of the apartment, broke it off with the abuser, and re-enrolled into RCS. This year has been absolutely transformational. Even though my home life is still challenging, the security I feel in myself and who I am has changed for the better. And I've gone back to my birth name and gender, and I'm on track to be a high school graduate this year. None of these things which I thought would be possible a year ago. RCS says they care about every single student, and I was lost and headed down a very dark path, but now I feel found. I would like to someday make the world a better place, and I feel that my life has been given back to me because of ACE, and I want to thank you for supporting ACE and therefore supporting me and others like me. Thank you.
That was quite a debut, CJ. Thank you. And Paige.
Hello, my name is Paige Meisner, and I am the virtual campus representative. And something I'd like to announce this week is the creation of our first clubs, which include secondary book and gaming club and secondary and elementary art club, all led by some of our best teachers. All of them start this week, and in the future we hope to have more opportunities for students to meet not just online but in person as well. We're also introducing more support for our secondary students through our virtual study hall starting this Wednesday, and it will continue through every Wednesday throughout the rest of the year. It offers both independent and group studying opportunities for secondary students depending on which methods help them best. Each session will be proctored by teachers for students to ask questions and to help them stay on track. The virtual campus is also creating a high school tech crew with the purpose of creating technology tutorials and resources to help students and families. This program will support career readiness, communication, collaboration, and problem-solving abilities. And information can be found on the virtual campus newsletter or by contacting anyone in charge. Thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
I just wanted to say really quick that Carson, you and your team really took Charity Week to a completely different level this year. I think everyone in the community would agree. You all have very big shoes to fill next year with next year's Charity Week, which I understand there's already discussions about that. I know it starts very early on, but the work that you put into that, the extra hours, we all recognize that and appreciate it very much. And just thank you for your attention to detail, for bringing the Yellow Ribbon Fund here. You know, as a parent, a lot of times we have our high schoolers come to us and ask for $20 and $5 and $100, whatever it is. And sometimes we have no idea what it's for. And I think that bringing the charity here and having them present to us in the community was just really helpful in showing us the impact that those donations will have. So thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay. On to consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by the Board of Education and will be acted upon by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If any member of the board or any citizen requests discussion of an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will become the first item of business under the new business portion of the agenda. We have current bills payable for February 1st through February 28th, 2022 in the amount of $11,735,182.90. We have Board of Education regular meeting minutes from February 7th, 2022, Board of Education work session minutes from February 28th, 2022. Would any Board of Education members like to remove an item for discussion? Seeing none, okay. Would anyone from the public like to remove an item for discussion? And seeing none, okay. We need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. And that's moved by Kristen, seconded by Barb. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And that is a 6-0 vote. All right. And on to reports. Superintendent update, student achievement. Debbie, I'm thinking that's you. Very good.
Yes, thank you. This evening, we will do a highlight recap of our recent work session on student achievement and also the budget amendment presentation for the board and for the community. At this time, I will turn this over to my esteemed colleagues, Mr. DeLuca, Mr. Heisch, and Ms. Lewis, and Mrs. Galladay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the presentation is pulled up. This was presented at the February work session, February 28th, so about 3 weeks ago. And as Mrs. Fragomeni said, we'll be recapping much of it. For context, go ahead, go to the next slide, Cindy. Well, while the next slide comes up, we've had a focus of 3 areas this year as we came out of the previous school year and headed into this year of achievement, culture, climate, and wellness to make optimal impact for students and to create buildings that can have optimal impact for students and staff. One can't replace the other. If you think of a stool, a 3-legged stool, if one of those legs isn't working, it can tip over and it can be wobbly and it isn't as impactful as it can be. It doesn't meet its purpose. Next slide, please. much of the foundation, as that slide loads that we've worked on, deals with the idea of coherence. What happens in one building should be happening in another building. What happens in one part of the district should be happening in another part of the district. It shouldn't matter where you live in the district to get that same impact and have that same feel. The shift over the last decade has been a creating an equal balance between student success and student well-being. No longer can only academic success be the driver. We have to think about deepening the learning and connecting with how students are connected and belonging in their school. And as a matter of fact, Dr. Michael Folan, who we research and study a lot in our district and who's played an integral part in framing a lot of our thinking, has updated his moral imperative to include the new definition to education as raising the bar and closing the gap in both learning, academic achievement, and in doing well in life, connectedness. So making sure that our students feel connected to the schools that they're in. So keep that in mind as we talk about what our achievement data look like in the fall, and then we'll talk a little bit about some elementary growth that we've seen this year. The focus of the achievement area that we're going to spend our time on is through our iReady diagnostic. It's our benchmark assessment that for the second year now has been used K-8. Previous to that, it was only an elementary diagnostic that was used. It's a reading and math computer-based assessment, and in the elementary, our students take that assessment diagnostic in both reading and math 3 times, and our middle school students take it twice. It can, and I use that word can, right, because it's incumbent upon the team at the school to look at what it's showing us to make plans for the student. It can be used to help identify student need and to target intervention. It can't do it by itself. So there's still those other factors that we have to talk about and look at and think about as we're trying to make the best outcomes available for each student. So some more background on iReady. When we look at the data tonight, it's going to be in what's called a standard view, and it's just going to have 5 level placements. So you're going to see green, yellow, red, and within green and red, there's 2 additional tiers with that. And it just allows us to get a clearer view of how our students came into the year and were performing. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So we'll start with reading. The first thing we're going to look at is just total participation. We won't spend a lot of time here, but you can see that we have different categories by grade. When we have 30 students in a specific category at a grade, it creates a subgroup, and it's incumbent upon us to look at that subgroup and see how they're achieving compared to the general population within a school, to make sure that as we identify gaps that we create opportunities to close those gaps. Next slide, please. And this is just total K-8 of how many students participated and in what subgroups those students may have come from. So here's the K-8 standard view diagnostic performance. And this, again, is from the fall. So if you think about students coming in to us this year, 47% of our students were already working above a grade level expectation. As a system, we were 47% of our students. And then yellow, those students that maybe need a little more at that time. In red, students that we may be looking at deeper intervention. So you can see that most of our students came in with skills ready to work even outside of the last year. And if you go to the next slide, you can see what that looks like by grade. So, in theory, the more opportunity kids get in our system, the higher they perform, and the more secure they are when they enter that next grade level. Next slide. And this is just broken down by subgroup. So again, all students, we had 47%, but then as you dig deeper, depending on what subgroup you're in, you can start to see some of those gaps emerge and some of those things that we need to consider on how to best meet the needs of students throughout our district. Next slide, please. And you can see that now in a more visual, just because of the nature of this evening, instead of trying to read a table. You can see green, yellow, and red again, and how those are impacted based on the subgroup that you're in. Next slide. So this is K-5 only, and I thought this was interesting and important to share because this is a comparison of fall benchmark data for kindergarten through 5th grade going all the way back to 18-19, so pre-pandemic. And you can see that in the last 4 years, our distribution of where students are is pretty similar, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. 2021 is skewed Our students were taking it at home. In our kindergarten and first graders, it wasn't just a Rochester thing, it was a national thing when we talked to the company. I had a lot of support. Caregivers, parents, grandmas, grandpas, whoever was trying to help those students at home. It was new for them, and obviously you don't like to see students struggle, or if they have a question, you try to support. So those numbers are the only ones that are outside of our normative range. I show this as just some context as every time we talk about loss. It's always easy to focus on academic loss, and there certainly was, I'm not denying that. But it's the loss of other things that took place. It was the loss of the connectedness. It's the loss of some of the well-being pieces that we also saw play through the pandemic that we're still working to overcome. And also, so, our teams, which you're going to hear from our experts, right, our building leaders and teachers here in a bit, about how we respond to students and how we create environments that they feel connected in. We know it's incumbent upon us to not take this as face value and say our kids are okay, that we still need to dig, we still need to talk, we still need to collaborate, we need to figure out how to meet the needs of all kids. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Cindy. And we're going to go through the same thing with math. And you're going to see very similar outcomes. So participation, it's not a one-for-one match for a number of reasons. Sometimes a student's diagnostic test doesn't register because they took it too quick or maybe didn't finish. So it's not a perfect one-to-one match, but we still have the same subgroups that we're looking at with mathematic performance as we do for reading on the iReady diagnostic. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So here's our entry data in the fall, K-8 again, not just elementary, but K-8. And you can see with math skills, they weren't as secure coming into this year on the iReady diagnostic as they were with the reading skills, but what you'll see as we get down, it's very similar to past performance. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And there it is by grade level again. And our next slide will show us by subgroup performance, where you can see that there's opportunities to narrow that gap while still raising the achievement levels and raising the ceiling on where we want our kids to be. And then our next slide after this deals with that year-to-year comparison. So if you can go to the next slide, please. And you can see very similar distribution list or distribution patterns that we saw pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, with, again, the skewed data from kindergarten and first grade in 2021 when they took it in a remote setting. Next slide, please. So the next few slides will deal with where we currently are in our last window. This will only be elementary because our middle school students do not participate in the iReady collectively in the winter. And I just wanted to point this out so we can see what our growth has been. And we'll be posting additional things after this board meeting that kind of drill down a little bit more so people can see how we're doing across subgroups as well. And then we're going to look at how we compare to previous years, but also national norms and state norms. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So again, here's fall, reading on top, math on the bottom, the visual for fall and winter underneath it, and you can see where the growth is, right? I mean, it's not just in kind of shrinking the back end, we're also pushing our kids that were already exceeding the expectation. So we're really, we're exceeding where we want our kids to go while still closing gaps on where kids came to us in the fall in both content areas. So there was substantial growth as a system, and that's really evident here. Oh, go ahead, Cindy. Really evident here, and this is reading when you compare to national historical norms, where Michigan was in the winter and where we are in the winter. Rochester's on the far right. So we have, an abundance of green in comparison and not a lot of red in comparison. All the way to the far left is the historical norms of winter of 1819, pre-pandemic, of every, child, elementary kid in the country that took this. And then everything that we were compared to for Michigan and national this year was an in-school environment. So not any systems or states that may still have kids out of school. So you can, again, see that we far exceed national norms and state performance. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Here it is for math. So same thing. It's not one subject. It's both diagnostic areas where our kids are far exceeding national and state performance and historical norms as well nationally. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And at this point, I am going to turn it over to Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you, Mr. Heich. Mr. President and members of the Board of Education, executive team. When we transitioned from middle school into high school and from our elementary colleagues, iReady is the diagnostic tool that we use, but then we can go into a suite of PSAT run by the College Board, which ends up with the SAT. So we administer the SAT and PSAT to all students 8th grade on to 11th grade. Next slide, please. So some of our students who have off and come back from spring break will notice that our students will be administered the SAT, PSAT suite of assessments. But we do it in two opportunities, in the spring, in the fall, and the spring. So I put this slide up there so the community and the Board of Education can really see the investment that our school community has on PSAT and SAT. It's not a one-and-done test. It's a national norm test to where our students begin the test in 8th grade, and that data carries with them onto their 11th grade years with our colleagues into the high school from the middle school. Next slide, please. I use this graph here to illustrate the achievement by our 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th grade students. It's a difficult slide to really see, but it's grouped by cohort as we move along the lines. The last line there, the blue line, is our SAT scores compared with the national scores and the state scores. Rochester Community School students outperform state and national test takers every year for the last 10 years. Which is it's just one of a testament to what we're doing in our classrooms, but also our parents at home. We take those days, those test dates, and we release our students. That's one day that we really invest in our students and to really take a marker on where they score on that test. And we, as a staff, as a teaching staff, we really tailor our teaching to not teach to the test, it's really to teach for success. And what I mean by that, I mentioned today in our cabinet session today, in our board retreat, was that it's not just a one-and-done test. Our students who take this test are awarded scholarships. They're students that move on to college, they take the GRE, MCATs, LSAT. This is a practice that we value for our students to have moving past college and even going into trade school as well. Next slide, please. Next point of achievement that I'd like to point out in high school level is our AP test scores. In 2021, in a pandemic year, 3,283 tests were administered to all 3 high schools in Rochester Community Schools. Of the 3,283 tests, 2,098 tests scored a 3 or higher, which earns them college credit moving forward in their college career. Next slide. Now I'd like to introduce Tiffany Galladay and Mrs. Concetta Lewis.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? So, probably should bring that lower. They're a little bit taller than us. We are excited to be here tonight, and we've heard some great information about how well the majority of the students in our district are doing. But one of the things that caused me to want to come to Rochester Community Schools and be a part of this team was the mantra that all means all. And so part of our work, when we think about that all means all, when you look at some of those slides that Corey showed, those students that are in the red, those are the students that we want to make sure that we have supports in place that can capture what they need and how they need it. One of the things that I love about the iReady assessment in particular is that it allows teachers to really pinpoint where students might be struggling, and then they can target lessons and interventions based on exactly what a student needs. So with that, I'll let Tiffany share a little more.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add, through our MTSS process, it's important that we look at the whole child. So making sure that not only are we looking at their academics, but how they feel at school. So thinking about both pieces can really help us get a clear picture for how we want to approach the best interventions, the best remediations, or maybe the best enrichments. Maybe our kids, like we said earlier, already have it, and maybe they need an accelerated path. So it's important when we say equity, we're not just talking about one group, but really we're talking about all. We're talking about kids who might be in the red, but what about those kids who already have it as well? So just looking at the whole gamut. And we really appreciate iReady because this year they have the 5-tier scale, so we can look at not just red, yellow, green, but we can look at the dark red, light red, and then the green and then the shaded green. So it's giving our teachers, our staff, our administrators a deeper dive into what our students really need. And that's just promoting equity among all. So thank you.
One of the things that iReady does not do, it does not account for any intersectionality. So it doesn't point out to us students who may be a part of multiple subgroups. So it's, leading into the next part of our discussion here, the data tells us something. We can look at it and we can make numbers be numbers. But it's still a people business, right? So we have to know those kids. We have to know those families. We have to know what they need. We have to know what the staff sees, feels, hears, and wants for that child. So, as I turn it over to our building team, we've been looking at this and reflecting with this quote from Dr. Jean Clint a lot. And this idea that I talked about, learning loss, and a lot of times we focus solely on achievement loss in conversations related to COVID. And we have data that shows us as a whole, I'm not talking about individual children right now, but as a whole, the data looks pretty similar in certain diagnostics. But we know there's been loss. Our students have shown us there's loss. Our staff has felt loss in terms of how students re-engaged into 5 full days of in-person instruction this year. So we need to create conditions where learning can happen, in a place with sense of belonging, empathy, connection, and safety. And we're going to go on a bit of a story here and a bit of a narrative, TK through 12, on how we respond to students, how we connect to students, how we collaborate, all the way through their high school years of how we create opportunities for them to feel connected at school. So I'm going to turn it over to our amazing building leaders. It's a large group, so out of fear of missing somebody, I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Okay, good evening. My name's Sarah Crowley. I am the principal at Brooklands Elementary. And we did some learning with Dr. Jean Clinton. She talked a lot about how we re-engage those students and why it's so important to create that sense of belonging, empathy, connection, and safety, and how that really drives everything that we do in being responsive to what our student needs are. So, next slide. Oh, sorry. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about our responsive instructional practices. In the elementary level, we have a focus on literacy, grade level team meetings, progress monitoring, and child study. Next slide, please. Okay. Rochester Community Schools believe that literacy is an invaluable right for all people in a democratic society, and that it is a community initiation. Continuous high-quality professional learning is vital for all staff within a world-class literacy system. Early literacy intervention is an economic, social, and moral imperative. Students should have choice in a variety of rich, authentic texts, which promotes that student engagement. Teachers change their teaching to match how students are learning. Those positive relationships are the foundation of the learning community, and reading and writing inspire joy. Next slide, please. So at RCS, we have an aligned core curriculum, and we use the K-5 units of study, both in reading and writing, which is also paired with the K-2 units of study in phonics. And the rollout of these phonics units was updated, part of our updated literacy plan prior to the pandemic. And so in all of these content areas, there's ongoing professional learning that's provided for staff based on current research, which is constantly evolving and changing based on student needs. And so we have district literacy coaches that develop models for teachers to access for professional learning and phonics instruction. And it's always a continued focus of, again, being responsive to our students and what are they showing us through what they're doing, and an ongoing conversation about how we can best support our learners, especially that in emergent literacy. The phonics units are comprised of learning phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, and orthographic mapping. Okay, next slide, please. One structure that we have in place in all of our buildings in one capacity or another are grade level team meetings, which we're going to talk a little bit more about in depth here. But our grade level team meeting time is a time where all of our teachers will come together collaboratively during a common prep time. And they have at least 1 hour a week, sometimes more, depending on the building schedule. Many have many common times together, but it's more of a formal time when we sit down with administrators, with learning consultants, with coaches, both math coaches and literacy coaches, and any other specialists that could provide support for students at that time. And through these meetings, we talk about how we best support students and what we're seeing through that data and what are we seeing day to day with our students. So it's a way we triangulate all of those pieces of information to make sure that our instruction is responsive and that we're supporting students in all capacities. So I'm going to turn that over to one of my teammates who's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Good evening. I'm Laura Walsh. I'm the principal of Musson Elementary. Next slide, please. So really, this grade level meeting offers us so much opportunity for dialogue. It's a structure, a process, and a procedure that allows us to be responsive to student need. It's a framework that is there in place, but it's very flexible and fluid in its focus and in its content. I had 2 grade level meetings today, and they were very different from each other based on the needs of that group and what the teachers brought forward as a concern, maybe for a student group or an instructional piece. So as we sit down and have this hour together regularly, sometimes we are identifying groups of students or individual students for intervention. Sometimes we're digging a little bit further into curriculum supports as we're implementing curriculum or different practices, things that a teacher may need support with or focus on, and we share that dialogue. We talk about instructional design, best practices, and strategies. And this year was extremely unique. As we came in the fall, and we sat down for that first meeting, we of course had some data that we could dig into. We were looking at the iReady data that Mr. Heisch already presented, and we were looking at some of those preliminary pieces. But we also had a lot of qualitative data to really sit down with as the teachers brought in and said, but what are we seeing with our students? What are we noticing with our students? And one of the focus areas really was brought forward that we needed to re-engage the students. We needed to establish that connection, re-establish it in the in-person school setting, and truly build some stamina with students. Typically, we would maybe find in the beginning of the year they could sit and be on task or reading for a little bit longer period of time, and that was maybe a little shorter for us because they weren't in that routine. So we focused on strategies and interventions that would be taken across a grade level to implement that. And finally, one of the other pieces that really came up for us was capitalizing on that hands-on learning, to have the students be engaged in the work that we're doing, and just bring that back in. And those are just some of the opportunities that we share in these meetings.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Desi, and I'm honored to serve as the Brewster Elementary principal. And it is my pleasure to tell you a little bit more about how we re-engage our students as we entered into the fall this year. One of the key pieces that we have implemented at all of our elementary schools is Positivity Project. And we're seeing huge success with Positivity Project in engaging our students in collaboration and problem solving and connecting with parents as well, and in using those tools to really engage students in teamwork and love and kindness and cheering on the success of others and many more topics. We also engage our students by using our PBIS systems and structures, and what that sounds like is positive behavior intervention. And we use common language throughout our school, and we have common expectations, and we are allowing children to have voice and agency in their school and what that looks like and how they support each other. We continue with our professional development and engaging with makerspace and opportunities to share and grow as educators, because we embrace learning each and every day and want to model that for our students. And finally, we just, like Laura shared with you, we are looking at authentic tasks and deep learning. And you'll hear a little bit more about our deep learning experiences and problem solving and collaboration that students are doing. But we also know that oral language development is exceptional at the elementary level, and coming in after our our virtual learning, we knew that that was imperative as we move forward to develop our students and have confident learners. So these are areas that you will see in all of our elementary schools, and please reach out to any of your elementary principals if you have questions about that engagement. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So before we get a little further into more of an individualized approach, just to kind of wrap up the grade level meeting experience and this opportunity for dialogue, it's an opportunity where we're regularly looking at research, we're talking about practice, we're talking about student learning, but it's also a place that ideas are brought forward as shared by our parent community. Many of us did a strategy harvest and a little bit of a dig throughout the year in our PTA groups or with parent groups and other stakeholders, where we sought input on what worked for your students at home, what were those successful experiences that you found, what were challenges that your students faced in that environment, and we brought that in as well. So the full experience of discussing that and that depth of qualitative data is extremely important in these meetings, which is a little bit of that higher level view, and I will introduce my colleague to share a little more of our individualized views of how we dig into student need. Mr. Berg.
Mr. President, Board of Education, colleagues, and community members, thank you so much for having us tonight. This is stuff we get really excited about, so it's exciting for us to come be able to talk about it. As my colleagues said, we have lots of processes that lead up to understanding the progress that students are making throughout the course of the year. This is a higher tiered situation where a teacher has worked with parents, worked with various staff members at the school, worked in grade level team meetings, tried different enrichments and remediations, accommodations, interaction strategies, and is still seeing that a child might not be making the progress that we're looking for that child to make. So we take that child, put that child on the agenda for what we call Child Study Team, as it's known in our buildings. We just say team. Team is a panel of various disciplines. We have school psychology, we've got speech and language pathology, we've got a learning consultant, the school administrator is on the team, the classroom teacher is on the team, and then various specialists that can come in, occupational therapists, physical therapists, et cetera, to discuss the particular needs of the child. And then we get into a 4-part problem-solving process where we say, what is the priority concern? And then we outline that concern. After the concern is outlined, we try to make a functional hypothesis of why this is happening through those various lenses. So we kind of go around the table, or lately, and for the past couple of years, we go around the screen on our Zoom meetings, and we say, hey, this is what I know, and this is what I've seen, and here's a child I've seen in a situation like this, and here's what I understand about these kinds of challenges. And after the functional hypothesis, we put together suggested accommodations, remediations, enrichments, as I said, interaction strategies between teacher and child, response strategies for things that are happening in the classroom. And we give those tools and supports to the teacher and say, here's what you should be trying next. Here's what you could be trying next. And then we put a date on the calendar and say, what kind of data are we going to look at? And in what time frame are we going to look at that data? Sometimes we then immediately put the child on another team agenda. Every building does it a little bit differently, but team generally meets once or twice a month. So we may say at that moment, we want to, if it's something academic, we want to look at this again in 4 to 6 weeks. We're going to put the child on this team agenda. Or we might just do something, some of what we call off-team meetings with various support and ancillary staff, where the teacher will then be connected with one of our team members to check in with in a period of time. And it's just the next level of how we chart progress for students at the elementary level. And I believe we're going to turn it over to our secondary team at this point. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Fosna, and I'm proud to serve as the principal of West Middle School. Thank you all for having us here tonight. We are really excited to talk about what brings us joy, which is teaching and learning and working with these kids each and every day. So if many of us in this room reflect back on what our education was like, you would probably think about desks and rows, teachers as experts, deliverers of content, and us kind of soaking in that information. And then with those smatterings of really engaging, interesting experiences, for me it was a science lab or another collaborative experience. So what we're talking about tonight is the importance of the why behind the way we do things. And we're going to be talking about instructional strategies that we use with our students that really create the conditions for student growth and achievement. So right now I'll turn it over to Mr. Wrinkle, and we can go to the next slide.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening. My name is Josh Wrinkle. I'm the principal of Rochester High School. If we all took a minute and thought about some of those examples of deep learning that we've gone through at different points in our career, like Lisa mentioned, we would probably realize real quickly what we're talking about here. I go back to Mr. Nitz's class at Briarwood Elementary School in Warren Woods Public Schools as things I recollect right away from my experience in education. But deep learning fosters identity and connectedness, two elements that work in tandem to develop students as citizens who are committed and skilled at an early age and onward to be active learners. And so when we look at that definition from the NPDL work here, it breaks down into 6 competencies that we focus our curriculum and our efforts with our students on. If we run around that circle real quick, we have our character education, which obviously is things like perseverance, grit, determination. We have citizenship, which is not just local on a local level, but a global level, getting different perspectives of those around you, and a commitment to empathy and compassion. Communication, which is designing and helping students to design a message that's clear and concise, but also conveys a purpose. We talk about critical thinking, evaluating information and arguments, and then determining the best way to present a counter-argument or a purpose with your work. Collaboration, working interdependently as a team, which means also the dynamics of those teams, which we know will better our students as they move forward in their life. And then obviously creativity, to pursue those novel ideas through our inquiry process in many of our classes. So next slide, please, and I'll hand it back to Lisa.
Thank you. So as I just mentioned, education is no longer the delivery of content. We live in the digital age. We have content at our fingertips. It's about gaining these skills through the 6 C's that we can actually be life ready and not just content knowledge. So looking at those C's, we're going to break them down over the next several slides and talk about them individually. So the first we're going to talk about is communication and character education. And what you'll see with our communication is that this is the way we set up our classroom structure. So if you could click one more time to reveal underneath the picture. You'll see in our classrooms not a lot of rows, but you'll see different types of settings where we can have dialogue, because we really think it's important to increase student voice in the classroom environment. So we have fishbowl dialogues, we have inquiry-based education, which we'll talk about more at a later slide. We have problem solving, we have scientific discussion, we have classroom discourse. So it's actually having our students ask questions and not just receive the information. And that's digging deeper. That's the point of the deep learning. Also, character education. This is something in all 7 of our secondary buildings, and we all have common programs with our mentor programs. We have peer mentoring with our link crew, our web, our mentoring, and this takes place through our team building activities at the beginning of the year, and also weekly touch points. So every student coming into that level, 6th graders, 9th graders, receives that mentor who is assigned to them, who works with them regularly throughout the school year. They're a touch point for that child, a connection, and kind of acclimating them to that next level of education. Turn it back over to Josh.
Thank you. So in the area of collaboration and creativity, those C competencies, what we're seeing on the board right now is an idea board. So if you look at this, we are inviting our students to be creative in ways that they share and present what they're learning, and dialogue with their group. So we have a variety of different opportunities up here, from everything from making a video to a podcast. You may have heard of some of the work within our maker spaces at many of our secondary buildings, where students get an opportunity to really get creative with all sorts of different materials to express what they're learning. And again, just trying to think beyond the typical type of worksheet or project that many of us are used to. If we go to the next slide, please, this will be a video from Rachel Monero, one of our fantastic educators in the district, just highlighting some of the things or some of the ways in which we might see these competencies at play.
Technology is just a tool, but when you pair it with strong instructional practices, you create opportunities for growth and connection. Our one-to-one Chromebook initiative helps us live out our mission so students can attain the necessary skills and knowledge to become lifelong learners and contribute to a diverse, interdependent, and changing world. Across Rochester Community Schools, teachers are designing engaging, relevant, and authentic learning experiences that empower students to connect learning to their world. For example, teachers are using choice boards to increase student voice and choice in the learning. As a result, students are designing unique and innovative ways to share their learning on a local and global scale. There's an increase in collaboration and creativity as we integrate hands-on making opportunities and cutting-edge digital tools. As a result, our students are becoming digital creators who take the skills they learn inside the classroom and apply them to passion projects and real-world issues. As we continue to leverage the digital to design learning experiences that build on learners' strengths and needs and help students identify their talents and passion, we're transforming learning and sparking joy so our learners can thrive in our interdependent and changing world.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Technology is just a tool, but when you pair it with
All right, thank you. So the next part here in discussing our 6 C's, we'll be talking about the C's of critical thinking, citizenship, and then we've added on career preparation because this is also very, very important to us. So I'm going to give you an example here. What you see pictures of is our STEM classrooms at the middle level. You also see pictures of a 6th grade science classroom. You'll notice the way students are engaged in conversations with each other. They're sharing their presentations. They're demonstrating their understanding and their learning for others. So I'm going to actually talk to you a little bit about one of our 4 cores at the middle level, and that's science, which as a former science teacher, I get very excited talking about science. So what we've been using in our science curriculum is what's called phenomenon. So a phenomenon is a simple observable event. In the science classroom, a carefully chosen phenomenon can drive student inquiry. Phenomena add relevance to science classrooms, showing students science in their own world. So a good phenomenon is observable, interesting, complex, and aligned to real-world application. So this is our science curriculum that we're using, and what it includes is a situational dialogue with students, and then they take the learning from there. So I'm going to read to you an example of a 6th grade phenomenon in our science classrooms. Some of the adults in your school are acting strange. They are randomly waving their hands, scratching their heads, and doing funky chicken dances, but it doesn't happen all the time. Some of the adults at your school are affected, but none of the 6th graders are affected. No one knows what the source is. The Centers for Disease Control has quarantined the school, and no unaffected adults are allowed to come into the school and possibly contact with infected adults. The officials are confident that adults can be treated if you ratify the mystery pathogen responsible for this illness, and they have named it RAD, as rad disease. Since 6th graders are healthy, your class has been tasked to communicate with the officials to help figure out what is causing the illness and help the doctors of the local hospital prepare a treatment plan. This is our 6th grade science curriculum 1 of the individual phenomena. So what students are learning through this unit is they're learning the difference between bacteria, viruses, pathogen, transmission rates, nosocomial infections, fomites. They're graphing these things, but they're responsible for leading the learning. So for example, in our middle schools, the 6th graders are going around and they're interviewing teachers, and they're finding out who is infected. Do they drink coffee? Where did they get their coffee from? How does this impact them? And then the students actually collect that data. They find out where this virus is transmitted from, back to the source, and they as a team come up with a treatment plan. So that's an example of inquiry-based education. I get excited. All right, next up we have Karen Mulsberry for our high school critical thinking and citizenship and career prep.
Hello, everybody. It's lovely to see a lot of my past parents and present parents and some students over there. So thank you very much for coming this evening. I've been at Rochester High School for 20 years, and I'm a proud career and technical education teacher. And I teach predominantly business, and I'm the career and technical lead for the district. Students at all three high schools are able to choose career and technical educational electives that have career readiness at its very foundation of its curriculum. Soft skills and employability skills are woven into project-based learning opportunities. Our merchandising labs, or school stores, give students a space to apply their prior knowledge in accounting, marketing, IT, and business operations. These busy school hubs are thriving, providing school spirit apparel, general daily conveniences, and supporting sports, clubs, and association fundraising goals. To further student career exploration and to encourage life learning connections, we provide work-based learning with our community partners. Students are placed in paid internships that directly relate to their career goals. Our strong relationships with the Rochester Chamber of Commerce, the DDA, government entities, and Rochester alumni has greatly increased the opportunity for students to do work-based learning in a designated embedded school day class or on an ad hoc job shadow opportunity. Our students at Rochester are incredibly competitive. CTE is able to support many career and technical student organizations, such as DECA, Business Professionals of America, HOSA, Health Occupational Science, and First Robotics. In these CTSOs, our students can compete in multidisciplinary events that start at the regional level, move to the state and international level. And I'm proud to say that many, many of our students are representing us at the national level this year in all of these CTSOs. My CTE team and I pride ourselves in providing learning opportunities for students so that they are college ready, life ready, and career ready. And as you can see from some of the pictures up on the screen right now, we see students thriving and engaging in our community. Thank you very much for our time.
Thank you. So next up, we're going to invite Mrs. Holden, who will be talking a little bit about our creativity aspect in our district, which is, again, one of our 6 C's. And as we mentioned before, we've talked about character, citizenship, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and now we're going to go into that area of creativity, which is oh so important in a whole child education.
Good evening. Our orchestra program has grown each year, and now we're in grades 6 through 9. All 3 of our high school marching bands received first division ratings in every single category at this year's countywide competition. They also met the challenges of the pandemic by creatively establishing a new in-district RCS marching band competition, which was held last year and again this year in place of our countywide competition, although this year they did go to both. The new tradition fosters relationships and connections for incoming middle school students as they're invited to join in the final song. And they had clinicians from Oakland University and the University of Michigan to help give feedback to our students. Our choirs and theater departments experienced particularly challenging obstacles during the past few years, but they met each one with creativity and positivity. From constructing outdoor theater sets, stages, performances in the parks, and voice mixing over Zoom with complex editing software, our students and staff have truly shined every step of the way. The increased emphasis on student well-being have students reporting that they're better at being flexible and they're able to better meet deadlines. This March, our RCS orchestra team developed a new orchestra festival, a new in-district orchestra festival, where all of our 7th through 9th grade orchestras participated and performed and received feedback from a professional guest clinician. The choir team developed a new 6th grade choir concert featuring choirs from across the district. All of the bands and choirs participated in their regional festivals this March, and all of our schools brought home medals this spring. Our elementary music programs are also thriving. McGregor put on The Lion King, and just last week, Meadowbrook had a huge music performance at Rochester High School. So throughout the pandemic, and now even, if I dare to say post-pandemic, our music teachers in Rochester have worked hard to find ways to find meaningful connections with students and meaningful experiences for students within the restraints of public health. And we're really delighted to be back, and we're looking forward to more growth together.
Next slide, please. And thank you to Karen and Aaron for presenting that information. And Lisa, you kind of nerded out with that science example a little bit, but I can say that because I was a science teacher too, and it was pretty sweet. The last area that we're going to focus on today is our art departments here. And you can see some of our examples of student work up on the board from our district art show, from our 6th to 12th graders, through the art that's on the side of the wall at West Middle School, if you've seen that. The image on the left-hand side was I want to make sure I get this right, and Lisa, you took my paper, so I'm going to have to get that back. The digital art gold medal, which was received by one of our students at Stony Creek High School, which is the face on the left-hand side of the screen. Along with those awards are accompanied by scholarships and different opportunities for all sorts of students in the arts across the nation. If we could click one more time, please. Another example of some of our student work that's gone on to receive some of these awards. This is from an RCS student who won part of the Art on Auburn Road competition. You can see the image on the right-hand side, just a beautiful piece, but then also the written description of the meaning behind it. Actually, I apologize. It's the image on the left-hand side, which is in the blue circle there, which was part of the award. Just an amazing piece and a great write-up alongside it. And if you are fortunate to be in that area, you can see this art right out in our community. With that, we'd like to pass it back to Mr. Heisch.
Just in closing, as you go back, again, you heard opportunities obviously on achievement and just how students performed on a diagnostic assessment and how they've grown at the elementary level. But really you saw a lot that had to do with culture and climate and how students can become and stay connected to their school and their community. And when all three are working in unison, all three support each other, all three build upon each other, and that's when we like to say that we get the optimal impact. So appreciate our building teams for coming up on another Monday night to share that with our Board of Education and community. And we're extremely proud of what we offer our students here in the Rochester Community Schools. Thank you.
Thank you for that amazing presentation. Any of my colleagues have any comments or anything on any of that? What you guys do on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis is astounding, and in the way things have grown and changed in the 112 years since I've been in school, it's staggering. It really is, and you keep moving the ball down the field at an amazing pace, and doing it with genuine care for kids and community, and it's remarkable, and we applaud you. Next is budget amendment information, and it looks like Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think I got a little lost in the moment with the recognition for the MBA and the COE. So if I can go back, I love spotlighting our business office team, but it's not only our business office team that we need to acknowledge for that work, right? It's the Board of Education that sets the tone at the top. It's our administration that carries that out. It's our building leaders who deal with money every day. At Carson, I mean, I think you said you're counting, a bunch of change. So, making sure that we're following our processes and our procedures, our buildings, our teams are our eyes and ears to support that and allow us to do everything that we can to support kids. All right. So, thank you guys. This presentation would have been given at the work session, but I was out sick, so I apologize. But I'll try to be relatively brief with this budget amendment. Tonight we're going to look at two budgets, the general fund budget amendment and the sinking fund budget. And Christy, if you'd like to join me. So we always start off with our budget planning objective. If we can move to the next slide. This is something that we share every time we present a budget. We want a balanced and equitable spending plan that's sustainable, promotes growth, minimizes any negative impact on student programs, uses a team-based approach, and provides ongoing communication to promote transparency and openness. Part of that transparency, all of our budgets are on the website. All these bid awards that we're going to talk about later are also on the website. And, lately Dr. Shaner has been sending out a Friday communication with updates on, different budgets, on bid awards, and different things that you can expect coming up. So looking at the calendar a little bit, it's a good reminder to see where we've been and where we're going. You'll remember that for the current year budget, the 21-22 original budget, we actually presented that to you in May, and that was approved in June. We made our first amendment in July that allowed us to purchase 25 school buses that we are still dealing with supply chain issues and haven't received those yet, but hope to have those here soon. I think the last date we were promised was March, April timeframe. So the next amendment was done in December, and that kind of takes us to here. So this is amendment number 3. We'll have one more amendment that we'll present to you in May, and then again start the next cycle so that in that May work session we'll be presenting the budget for the 22-23 school year as well. So just to talk a little bit about the changes to revenue assumptions, we're kind of in the maintenance phase of the budget now. That initial budget, that's our best guess at the time based on the current instructional model that we have in place. That's an estimate on what our student count is going to be, an estimate on what state funding is going to be. And in November, we kind of catch that up. We have an idea of what that count is. We know what our staffing model is going to be. And now we're in the maintenance phase. So just catching things up, like if we look at local revenue, we were conservative in that initial budget due to the pandemic. And fortunately for us, things have returned to maybe not pre-pandemic levels, but things are improving. So we're seeing increases in tuition-based programs. That's our pre-K programs, that's school-age care, that's enrichment, that's facility rentals, which is great news. But also on the flip side, you'll see some increases in expenditures as well, right? These are programs that require staff that we need to operate in most cases. Even facility rentals, we require a custodian and potentially safe ed to be involved with those. So an increase in costs there. We have a true-up of state revenue. Some of this is COVID money, that's what the 11R is, but others is just kind of updating what our student count is and any other changes that can be made. For example, special education reimbursement, that's not something that is reported until we actually report our expenditures to the state in the fall. So it takes them a few months to get caught up, and we have an idea always of what we are expecting to receive from the state, but now we're kind of truing up based on source documents from the state. Another piece that we're going to see some increases is federal revenue. That's the Child Care Stabilization Grant. There's also some FEMA money as well that is going to cover and actually go back and allow us to cover the different cleaning supplies and equipment that when the pandemic first started, it's been about almost an 18-month process to get approval from the federal government for this FEMA aid, but we were approved for about $400,000 of FEMA money. We initially requested $1 million, so in talking with them, we have the opportunity to submit for additional cleaning supply costs. So we'll do that, and now that we understand what they want to see and how they want to see it, hopefully it won't be an 18-month process to get that next approval. So going to the next slide, what does that do to the revenue? And I know that's kind of hard to see, but you're going to see in total that it increases about $8.6 million. $1.6 million in local revenue, $4.4 million in state. Oh, thank you, Cindy. And $2.6 million in federal. Some slight adjustments to transfers in and other financing sources. For a total of about $196 million for Budget Amendment 3. So next we'll take a look at the expenditure side. So what's changed with the rest of the budget? So we've updated staffing costs. We're projecting many changes to staffing, which partially is that increase in operations of our tuition-based programs. It's updating staffing changes. Beth will report on resignations and new hires and trying to true that up from what we had in November and December. The cost of the Child Care Stabilization Grant, the first round was awarded. Some of that allowed us to pay stipends for our staff members that participated in those programs or worked in those programs. And then there's increases for different various projects and other operational costs, whether that's additional custodial charges, if that's our DocuWare project to try to go digital, there's other pieces in there. But most of the budget, roughly 80% of the budget is all staffing. So if we go to the next slide, we'll take a look at what that's done to the overall expenditure budget. And the biggest pieces is in basic programs. Cindy, if you can zoom in on that top category there, you'll see the biggest increase. Basic programs there about 3.2 million. Added needs about 1.7. Adult education, a minimal change there, but this is where we're utilizing some of those grant funds, whether that's COVID funds, child care stabilization, those dollars to spend them down. Next group is support services. So pupil support is counselors, social workers, speech paths, occupational therapists, physical therapists. Instructional staff support is our curriculum team. General administration is superintendent and board of education. School admin is our principals and our secretaries in our buildings. Business support is our business office and purchasing teams. Operations and maintenance and security, that's facilities and custodial and safe ed. Pupil transportation, that one's pretty self-explanatory. That's our buses, our field trips, our charter buses for some of our athletic programs. Central support, that's a blend of a few different things, technology being a big part of that, HR being a big part of that. And then other support is mostly our athletic programs. So you'll see that there's true-ups throughout those budgets. Some of it's pupil support. There's $690,000 in school admin, $467,000 in operations and security, and then some true-ups in central support, which is mostly technology. So most of that is staffing adjustments, whether that's district employees or in some cases our custodial budget. Going down to the bottom part of our expenditures, you'll see community services, an increase there of $600,000. That's where our tuition-based programs, a lot of them are represented. That's enrichment, that's school-age care. So corresponding increase in revenue, but also an increase in expenditures as well. And then finally, the last change here is you'll see that the loan principal and interest on the debt that we were originally paying out of the sinking fund is going to be paid out of the general fund budget. The revenue from Barry, the $25,900 a month that we receive from Barry for the first year, and that amount goes up in the second year, is going to be paid to the general fund. So we'll see that revenue, or do include that revenue in the budget. And so we felt it was more appropriate to move the principal and interest on the debt to the general fund. It's also the place where if this building was sold, that the proceeds would go to general fund rather than sinking fund. So then moving on to the next slide, let's see what that does, our revenue and expenditure changes to our fund balance. So you'll see Budget Amendment 2 was a use of fund balance. It was about a $1.8 million use of fund balance. With this amendment, we're proposing a $2 million use of fund balance. Just as a reminder, again, we purchased buses. That's something that we'd like to start moving forward with on an annual basis so that we can continue to keep the fleet where we believe it needs to be, rather than having buses age out and are still in use. So very similar to the total use of fund balance that we presented in December. So to take a historical view, we'll look at general fund revenue and expenditures since 2014. And both lines are red, but the darker line is our revenue. So you'll see in 2014 that darker red line was below expenditures. So expenditures exceeded revenues in 14. That was corrected moving forward, and then in 2021 we actually was a small addition to fund balance, about $80,000. Here it flips again. We're proposing that we're going to use $2 million worth of fund balance. Now in 2021, the budget that the board approved was a use of fund balance as well, and we ended up the year just a small addition of fund balance. So we hope this is the worst case scenario budget, but there's a lot of factors that could impact that in the future. A rise in COVID cases or another shutdown or something like that certainly could wreak havoc on where we think the budget is. Now, fingers crossed that doesn't happen, but just to put that out there, there's other pieces like healthcare costs. We're self-funded with healthcare, so we pay actual costs. We saw during the pandemic that those costs have been less than in a normal year, right? People aren't getting elective surgeries and different things, utilizing their health care in the same ways that they would before the pandemic began. So there's some different things that can flip, and I think we actually talk about that later on. But if we can move to the next slide. We'll just touch briefly on the sinking fund. Some small increases to revenue here, about $18,000. Capital outlay or construction, some adjustments to timing and where we expect the funds to be expended for upcoming projects, and then the removal of that loan principal and interest to the general fund. So in this case, we're projecting to add about $280,000 to fund balance at the end of the year. All right, so that brings us to the end of the budget presentation. Any questions? Or Christy, anything to add?
Matt, thanks for this presentation. I think most of us had some one-on-one presentations over the past week. A couple of us have had more than one, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Human Resources Report, and that's Beth Davis.
Thank you. This evening we have 3 REA resignations. Amanda Russell, social worker at Meadowbrook Elementary. She submitted her letter of resignation effective February 28th, 2022. She had been with the district since August of 2021. Barry Sokol, math teacher at Van Hoosen Middle School, submitted his letter of resignation effective March 31st, 2022. He had been with the district since August of 2021. And Autumn Trumbull, 5th grade teacher at Hamlin Elementary. She submitted her letters of resignation effective March 18th, and she had been with the district since August of 2019. We have 1 REA retirement. Jedediah Kramer, math teacher at Hart Middle School, submitted his letter of retirement effective June 10th, 2022. He's been with the district since November of 1996. We have 1 RAA resignation. Amanda McKay, academic administrator for the virtual campus, submitted her letter of resignation effective February 25th, 2022. Dr. McKay has been with the district since August of 2011. We have 6 REA new hires. Lindsay Billikek, speech and language pathologist at the Dr. Schultz campus. Kelly Chanowski, language arts teacher at West Middle School. Megan Ciacelli, learning consultant, Musson Elementary. Timothy Edwards, orchestra teacher at Van Hoosen Middle School. Chelsea Goen, ASD teacher, Dr. Schultz campus. And Samantha Marr, counselor at the virtual campus in ACE. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion to approve the Human Resources Report as presented. Motion by Scott and second by Michelle. Discussion on this?
I just wanted to point out that Miss Kelly Chanowski is a Rochester High School graduate, former Meadowbrook Mouse and West Warrior, so it's great to see one of our own students come back to teach in our district.
Any public comment on this? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And that's unanimous. Next is non-union administrator compensation, and that would be Beth Davis also.
Thank you. We are recommending that qualifying non-union administrators and executive administrative assistants receive an increase in compensation for the 2021, 22, and 22-23 contractual years. This group of non-union administrators and executive and administrative assistants received an on-schedule increase for the second half of the 2019-20 contractual year and an off-schedule bonus for the 2021 contractual year with no increase on schedule compensation. This recommendation is to place these groups closer in alignment with the REA and other groups with respect to pay increases over the past few years. The estimated cost increase for these recommended salary increases is approximately $269,400 for the first year and an additional $74,400 for the second year.
Okay. And a motion to approve the non-union administrator compensation as presented. Moved by Kristen, support from Scott. Okay. Discussion, board?
Beth, can you just talk a little bit about how many people are impacted by this?
There are approximately 49 administrators and executive assistants that are impacted by this.
Other questions? Okay. Public comment on this? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. I'm sorry. Reminder that yellow card is necessary for the comment. Okay. Okay. All right. And next is approval of budget amendment. Approval of budget amendment. Okay. All right. We can go. Okay.
I have a yellow card already up there and submitted. Tell me the title of these 49 people. One title. It's an assistant principal at this middle school. It's an executive assistant somewhere. Give me an example of a title of these 49 people who are getting this raise that you are approving right now. You asked the question. I'm giving you an answer. You said, is there anybody in the audience? I'm anybody.
So, again, it's non-union administrator.
I can't hear you.
Repeating, it's non-union administrator compensation.
Titles, hello.
Non-union administrator covers
What?
It covers all of them.
Covers all of what? The principal at West Middle School? The principal at Stony Creek? Is that it?
It's
Yes or no? Come on, Kevin. Speak your mind.
so those people would fall under this, yes.
Thank you for the affirmative. Finally.
You're welcome. Next is approval of budget amendment, and this also is an action item, and this would be Matt McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attached to the board packet, you'll find documents containing the amendments to the general fund and sinking fund. General fund budget revenue increases $8,588,759, primarily due to forecasted increases in tuition-based programs, current year revenue recognition, and use of federal COVID-19 pandemic funding. General fund budget expenditures increase $8,766,977 due to adjustments to staffing, salary, and benefits, operational costs, and the loan principal and interest expenditures being moved from the sinking fund. As a result, the overall fund balance is projected to decrease $2,044 or $2,044,632 to $36,565,666. Sinking fund budget revenue increases $18,000 primarily due to a rebate from Consumers Energy for the purchase and addition of pool covers at the high schools. Covers were eligible for a rebate because they increase energy efficiency and chemical conservation. Sinking fund budget expenditures decreased $2,176,069 due to adjustments to construction projection estimates and a move of the loan principal and interest expenditures to the general fund. As a result, the overall fund balance is projected to increase by $279,560 to $1,056,530. As President Bull or Vice President Bull mentioned, board members received information regarding the budgets last week, and we just presented on both budget amendments earlier in this meeting. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education approves the following resolutions for amendment to the general fund and the sinking fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to approve the budget amendment as presented. That's Michelle, and support from Barb. And board discussion on this? Questions? Seeing none. Public comment? Okay. Yeah. Come on. Come on up.
So in this budget amendment, I missed anything about a settlement or legal fee increase. Is that included?
a settlement or legal fee increase?
I don't know, perhaps. Yeah. Has that not happened? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not sure legally we're able to answer that at this
Oh,
point.
good. So is it in the budget or is it not?
And we're gonna have to move on. All those in favor, board members, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And there we go. Yeah. Next is construction bid awards. It's an action item also for Matt McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, we have 7 bid awards being presented for approval. These include recommendations for grand pianos, Hart and Long Meadow drainage, flooring at 7 schools, new admin interiors rebid, Adams ticket booth rebid, Adams storage building, and structured cabling. Due to the number of recommendations, I'd like to discuss each one individually and completely before moving on to the next recommendation.
Okay, so we'll need to take a motion to approve the construction bid awards as presented, and that's Barb with support from Michelle. Okay, Matt.
All right, so thank you, Mr. President. The first is a recommendation for grand pianos. Bids and product demonstrations were reviewed and evaluated by a team of district staff members. These included the RCS Music Department Chair and music teacher at West Middle School, choir teacher at Rochester High School, choir teacher at Stony Creek High School, and the accompanist at Stony Creek High School. All the accepted bids were analyzed for compliance of required submittals according to bid specifications, including alternates by the district's purchasing supervisor. And on January 6, 2022, the district advertised an invitation for bids for grand pianos in the local publication, the Rochester Post, posted RFP documents on the purchasing pages of the district's website, Sigma, and BidNet Direct. The district received 3 responses from 2 vendors on the due date. Additionally, RCS Music Department educators and an accompanist visited showrooms of the bidders to participate in a product demonstration and were able to play the models for evaluation purposes on February 1st, 2022. The source of the funding is the bond fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the purchase of 3 Shigeru Kawai SK6 pianos in the amount of $209,373 from Avola Music Centers. This would replace a grand piano at each high school. Are there any questions?
I was just curious, in the 3 different models that were quoted, do we know, do they all have the similar lifespan, or do some have longer lifespan than the others?
Yeah, I think Aaron Holden is still here and may be able to speak to that.
Hi, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, I was just curious if the lifespan of all 3 of the quoted grand pianos are the same, or if there's a difference between them.
The lifespan of all the pianos is approximately 30 to 40 years, so it's a multi-generational purchase, for sure.
Thank you.
And one follow-up question, will we be selling the existing ones that we own?
Yeah, what's great about both of the vendors that we worked with is that our existing unrepairable pianos, there are 3, they're 50-plus years old. They're unrepairable, but they will take them as trade-in for additional instruments, which is wonderful.
Anything else? Okay. Next.
All right, the second recommendation tonight is for the award of contracts for Hart Middle School and Long Meadow Elementary drainage. Bids were reviewed and evaluated by a team from Frank Rewald and Son Incorporated and the district's Director of Capital Projects. All the accepted bids were found to be initially compliant with the required specifications per the detail in the bid summary. The bids were analyzed on bid content, completeness, and inclusion of required submittals, and compliance with required specifications by the district's purchasing supervisor. Interviews and evaluations were conducted according to the attached documentation and recommendation. February 10th, 2022, the district issued a request for proposals with advertising on the district's purchasing department website, on the state procurement website Sigma, on BidNet Direct, and in the Rochester Post. On February 24th, 2022, the district received 7 responses for 1 category of construction trade for Hart Middle School and Long Meadow Elementary per the attached bid summary by category. Source of funding is the sinking fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education award the following contract to Category A, Earthwork and Site Utilities, to EarthCon Excavating in the amount of $116,770, and we recommend that the Board of Education approve the allowances and construction management fees as detailed in the attached analysis in the amount of $43,511 for a total of current project costs for March 21st, 2022 in the amount of $160,281. Are there any questions on this award?
Okay, next, Matt.
All right, our third recommendation tonight is to award contracts for flooring replacement and interior renovations. Again, bids were reviewed and evaluated by a team from Frank Rewald and Son Incorporated and the district's Director of Capital Projects. All the accepted bids were found to be initially compliant with the required specifications per the detail in the bid summary. Bids were analyzed on bid content, completeness, inclusion of required submittals, and compliance with required specifications by the district's purchasing supervisor. Interviews and evaluations were conducted according to the attached documentation and recommendation. January 6, 2022, the district issued a request for proposals with advertising. Advertising on the purchasing department website, state procurement website, Sigma, BidNet Direct, and in the Rochester Post. On January 20th, 2022, the district received 15 responses for 7 categories of construction trade for flooring replacement and interior renovations projects at Adams High School, Hamlin Elementary, Long Meadow Elementary, McGregor Elementary, Meadowbrook Elementary, Baldwin Elementary, and Delta Kelly Elementary. The source of funding for these projects is the sinking fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education award the following contracts. Category A, selective demolition, a partial award to Blue Star in the amount of $563,890. Category A again, selective demolition, the other portion of the award to DKI International Incorporated in the amount of $184,700. Category B, carpentry to City Renovation and Trim, $189,050. Category C, carpet and resilient flooring, and this is a partial award to Mastercraft Floors, $1,496,902. The remaining portion of Category C, carpet and resilient flooring, to Capital Flooring Incorporated, $1,073,444. Category D, painting, to Bella Paint and Design, $511,500. Category E, resinous flooring, to Concrete Floor Treatment, $57,770. Category F, plumbing, to Fierst Plumbing, $42,000. Category G, furniture moving, to Michigan Office Movers, $127,500, for a contract sum of $4,246,756, and we recommend that the Board of Education approve the allowances in construction management fees as detailed in the attached analysis in the amount of $534,753, for a total of current project costs for March 21st, 2022 in the amount of $4,781,509. Any questions on this project?
Just a question on the revised base bids. Is that because it was divided into multiple contracts for different companies? And then were we able to do all of the alternate items that we bid out?
Yeah, and actually Mr. Musio is here in the back room, and he can speak to both of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Musio.
Hey, Michelle. Are you referring to the demo portion or just the flooring portion of it?
Well, I noticed it in both.
Okay. Yeah, two different scenarios. One, that in the demo portion, when we got them in the room, they couldn't meet the schedule, or one of them couldn't meet the schedule. So that's why the low bidder has the bulk of them. The ones that he couldn't do in time, we awarded to the second low bidder. So that they were combined. There's a lot of work to get the 7 schools done over summer. There's a lot of flooring being replaced, a lot of work happening in the building. So that's why we had to utilize both demo contractors. As far as the flooring, that's just how it worked out. They all bid on 7, and then one got 4 and one got 3. So.
And I know they bid on several alternatives as well, right? It looked like there were 4 different options, at least on the demolition.
Yeah, there was some that were selected, some that weren't. Some of them that weren't selected were some of the flooring replacements in some of the classrooms. We had a bid alternate to put resilient flooring in the classrooms instead of our standard carpeting. But after speaking with our environmental engineering firm, they didn't say that one favored one or the other, so we stayed with the carpet. It's cheaper, it's easily replaceable, so they said it was fine from an environmental standpoint.
And Pete, you mentioned that the plan is to get this work done over the course of the summer?
Correct. Yep. Okay. Yep. So, so as we can get the teachers out in June. We got the movers coming in, emptying out all the classrooms, and then just working through the schedule.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the fourth recommendation is for the award of contract for the Administration Center Interiors rebid. Bids were reviewed and evaluated by a team from Frank Rewald & Son Incorporated and the district's Director of Capital Projects. All the accepted bids were found to be initially compliant with the required specifications per the detail in the bid summary. Bids were analyzed on bid content, completeness, inclusion of required submittals, and compliance with required specifications by the district's purchasing supervisor. Interviews and evaluations were conducted according to the attached documentation and recommendation. February 10th, 2022, the district advertised a request for proposals with advertising on the district's purchasing department website, state procurement website Sigma, on BidNet Direct, and in the Rochester Post. On February 24th, 2022, the district received 4 responses for 2 categories of construction trades. A source of funding is the bond fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education award the following contracts. Category I, HVAC, to R.W. Mead & Sons, $66,700. Category K, structural steel and miscellaneous metals, to Nelson Iron Works, $52,500, for a contract sum of $118,950. And we recommend that the Board of Education approve the allowances and construction management fees as detailed in the attached analysis in the amount of $10,741. For a total rebid of contracts for March 21st, 2022 in the amount of $129,691. These awards are in addition to previously awarded contracts from September 13th, 2021 in the amount of $338,802, and on February 7th, 2022, in the amount of $2,312,336 for a project grand total as of March 21st, 2022 of $2,780,829. Any questions on this project?
Can you just tell us in terms what this does for the administration building over there?
Mr. Musio?
Yeah, the HVAC portion, we didn't receive any bids on the first round, so essentially, it's just minor ductwork moving around. So there's a few walls we're moving around and adding some walls, creating some offices at the new administration building. So this just moves the ductwork, moves a couple thermostats. It's very minimal work. So there's no real equipment involved. And then as far as the steel piece of it is, we didn't get any bids on that either. The steel is needed to support the glass. If you recall, the building's got some punched in openings in the atrium that overlook, like the office area used to overlook that. Well, on two of the levels, on the second level and third level, on the west side, just the west side, not the east side, but on the west side, we're going to infill that with glass. In order to carry the weight of all that glass, we need steel to support that and frame those windows out. It's about 39 feet per floor, so about 76 lineal feet of steel and glass total. So that's what that does. And the reason why we're putting glass in, because there are offices and conference rooms that you don't want open to the atrium.
Okay. And next?
All right, so our fifth recommendation for approval tonight is the,
We're going to, I'm sorry for interrupting. We're going to take public comments right at the end of the presentation. Okay? Yep, thank you.
so our fifth recommendation is for approval of the Adams High School ticket booth, which is a prefabricated building. It's a rebid. All bids were analyzed on bid content, inclusion required submittals by the district's purchasing supervisor. Proposals were evaluated by the district's director of capital projects. On February 10th, 2022, the district advertised a request for proposals for a prefabricated building for the Adams High School ticket booth project. On February 25th, 2022, the district received 2 responses, and this recommendation supplements a separate Frank Rewald and Son Incorporated recommendation for the remaining categories. Source of funding is the sinking fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the purchase of the Adams High School ticket booth prefabricated building rebid in the amount of $39,038.50 from Park Cut International and project installation, site preparation, and contingency fees in the amount of $9,850 for a total not to exceed project amount of $48,880.50. Questions?
Nothing? Okay.
All right.
Next.
Our sixth award tonight is for the approval of the Adams High School Equipment Storage Building. Again, all bids were analyzed on bid content, inclusion required submittals by the district's purchasing supervisor. Proposals were evaluated by the district's director of capital projects. On February 10th, 2022, the district advertised a request for proposals for the Adams High School Equipment Storage Building. On February 25th, the district received 1 response. The source of funding is a sinking fund. I'm sorry, I'm mixing the 2 Adams awards. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the purchase of the Adams High School Equipment Storage Building, the amount of $39,500 from Quality Precast and a contingency amount of $3,000 for a total not to exceed project amount of $42,500. Any questions on our 6th project?
Okay, next.
All right. And then our 7th and final recommendation is for structured cabling. In coordination with Technology Service and the Purchasing Department, a request for proposals was issued for structured cabling. All bids were evaluated by a team from Technology Services. All bids were analyzed on bid content, inclusion required submittals by the district's purchasing supervisor. On February 10th, 2022, the district advertised a request for proposals for structured cabling, and on February 25th, 2022, the district received 2 responses. The source of funding for this project is the bond fund. Based on this information, we recommend that the Board of Education approve the purchase of structured cabling in the amount of $102,751.66 to Trendset, plus a 5% contingency of $5,138 for a total not to exceed project amount of $107,889.66. Any questions on this project? And I believe Mr. Tranquita is here and available to answer any of your questions.
Okay, it looks like nothing here. And that was the final piece, right?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Public comment, and I think it was you, right? Yes.
I definitely have to lower this. I was going to throw out an office joke and say, I have a question, how dare you? But I don't know if anybody watches The Office or Indian Girl saying I have a question, how dare you? Okay, anyway. Just needed a little levity here. Wanted to ask about, first of all, the Long Meadow bid. Wanted to clarify, that is not to address the ongoing water leaks. I'm assuming that was it for the soil work that you were doing or the groundwork that you were doing?
I'm sorry? It's not for the roofing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to clarify that. I'm like, did I just talk to myself? And then the other question I had was for the admin building. You and I have spoken before, Matt. I just wanted to ask in front of everybody so that, not just a one-on-one conversation. We have kind of a town hall format in the interest of financial transparency. I wanted to know what the budget for the admin building was, what the maximum limit is, because we are climbing to like $4 million on the renovation costs for the admin building, and the 2015 bond was $3.6 million, so I'd like to understand, the integral, that discrepancy. How are you funding that?
If you're okay with that.
Sure, yeah. If the board asks a question, I'm happy to answer it. So the budget was shared by Dr. Shaner, I believe, several times in his Friday communication. It's about $12.5 million to the total project cost, right? That includes the purchase of the building.
Okay.
The other part of the question
Yes,
was
I read that communication, but go ahead.
how are we paying for it?
Yes.
Well, there's a number of ways that we can pay for it. We mentioned in the sinking fund budget some rebates. So some of the lighting projects to transition to LED lights came with a rebate from Consumers Energy or DT Energy. There's money from interest that we were able to collect as we spent down the projects. We invested those funds, so there's money there. There's the money from potentially the sale of this building if it were to be sold. There's money from the revenue from Barry. So there's a number of different sources out there that can be utilized to cover the costs of that budget.
Can you clarify, Matt, for everyone here, you said the revenue from Barry. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so we have a 2-year agreement with Barry to rent the warehouse portion of that building, which is $25,900 per month. That goes up in year 2. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but that's about $600,000 over the course of 2 years.
So half of that building, while it's still not occupied, is an income property?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we all heard the same information, so kind of like a finance town hall. Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And there we go.
Mr. President, seeing that
Yes, sir.
that's the last issue under new business, I would like to add a non-agenda item with your discretion and permission. Today, I am circulating for the board's consideration a resolution to establish an anti-retaliation statement for the district. The purpose of this proposal is simple: to emphasize now and for future boards and administrations the basic principle that the school board is accountable to the district community and that we need input from our stakeholders, parents, students, staff, citizens, to do our job. Just as important, the resolution draws on a principle even more fundamental, that government, even here at the smallest forum, should take no action that prevents or chills the desire of people or prevents them from speaking up about issues and concerns they have with the decisions that are being made on their behalf. In fact, this fundamental principle is so important that those men and women who founded our nation made it our first principle. So I'm going to share with the group today a resolution which has 2 parts. It has a preamble, and then The second page is a recommendation that I drafted personally for an anti-retaliation statement. Now, I'm not asking for a vote today, Mr. President. I want to submit this to my board colleagues for their consideration and comment. And of course, it's prudent for us to seek advice of counsel on the wording, the scope, and the process to make it official. And I encourage the board leadership to check with our counsel. In the end, I'm hopeful and very optimistic that my board teammates and the administration will support this. And just so we're clear, it's more than just a statement. It is intended to make clear that stakeholders will not be retaliated against for making good faith complaints, questioning a decision, or advocating for a course of action within the district. And if there's a failure to observe this rule, there ought to have the stiffest of consequences. Some may question why this is needed at all. And aren't these things already enshrined in our law? Others may correctly point out that James Madison hardly needs his work clarified or his principles expounded upon by a lowly trustee. But there are some principles that are so important that rather than be merely acknowledged, they should be restated over and over again. I was at Brooklands today, and I had the good fortune of being in the first grade classroom that led the Pledge of Allegiance. And I imagine they do that every day, just like they did it every day 36 years ago when I was in first grade. And I thought about that. I don't think that we're worried that those first graders, after they leave, will start planning sedition against the United States. It's a principle that we repeat over and over again as a way we should behave. And why? Well, because as Ben Franklin said as he was leaving Independence Hall, someone shouted out, Dr. Franklin, do we have a democracy or a monarchy? And he said, a republic if you can keep it. So I bring this with the best of faith. I will share it with my board colleagues, and I hope to bring it to a vote at our next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Patel. And on the communications, starting with Mr. Patel, the Secretary of the Board of Education.
Excuse me, Mr. President, I just want to clarify that we do have policies and procedures in place for amending and adding policy to our district and administrative rules. So I just want to thank Mr. Patel for bringing this forward, but also remind him and the community that we have a policy and curriculum committee that reviews our policy and curriculum, or our policy and administrative procedures, I should say. So that is a process that's already in place, and we will take that under consideration within that committee and go through the process that we've approved.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Patel, now the communications.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder, emails received through the Contact the Board link on our website are included within the packet if they're received before 12 noon on the Wednesday before the meeting. I want to point out that comments that were posted to the Talk to RCS link, or what used to be called the Talk to Us link, are not considered correspondence. And so those would not be included in the packet. I know there were some questions about this. The Board of Education received 106 email communications since the previous meeting. Jean Verkis, Jackie Tull, Dawn Blanchett, Aaron Strobel, Laura Cox, who sent 3 emails, Elizabeth Clare, Nicholas Martin, Brett Wilson, Jamie Gialanella, Shayna O'Connell, Kristen Kennedy, Carol Beth Licui, Amy Pierman, Deanna Harless, who shared 3 emails. Anaya Lynn, Jay Yep, Gregory Urban, Amy Ackerman, Michelle Greenwald, also multiple emails. Camerson Bellistri, Colleen Carney, Tabitha Cronander, Nicholas Martin, Meredith McCutcheon, multiple emails. Amy Kuskowski, Stacy Annison, Julie Halstead, Stephanie Van Deel, multiple emails.
7, that is.
Michelle Chittick, Tara Donnelly, Dawn Blanchett, Aaron Strobel, Chad Kavala, contacted the board regarding resignations. Jennifer Chambers, Michael Monday, Jennifer Chambers, Michael Monday, Deanna Harless, Julie Parks, Bin Chen, Lindsay Simonis emailed the board regarding the lawsuit. Ginger Kettleson, John Crispin, Cam Menino, Sarah B.H. Helfrich, Mary Horvath, Kay Smith, Deborah Larson, Michelle Dunham, Sheila Skovic, Kurt Fisher, Melissa Granzo, Julie and Richard Bates, Nicholas Martin, Ron Megan, Richard Dengate, Carla Galuser, David Phillips, Barbara Barber, Robert Little, Michelle Chittick, Tiffany Zerman, Susan Brown, Lisa Garr emailed the board regarding the future of the RCS administration building. Deanna Harless emailed the board regarding student success. Carol Beth Lacouille emailed twice. Ann Wright, Deanna Harless, Lori Baggett, Stephanie Van Deel, Laura Cox, Julie Stalker, Meredith McCutcheon emailed the board regarding board policies. Tara Donnelly contacted the board regarding the National Awareness Day for Spread the Word to End the Word. Ann Ehlert emailed the board with information regarding the Sparkle Award ceremony. Amy Chermside contacted the board regarding data that shows learning loss at all grade levels. Lori Baggett emailed the board regarding the vacant trustee position and requested a meeting to discuss other matters. Tara Donnelly emailed the board regarding a Long Meadow community update. Michelle Greenwald contacted the board inquiring about town hall gatherings. Jane Pike sent 2 emails to the board regarding in-person learning and leadership questions. Megan Mendyka emailed the board regarding middle school advanced language arts. Emily Summer, Elizabeth Hill, David Kerwin contacted the board regarding library books. Deanna Harless emailed the board regarding the March 14th meeting. Nicholas Martin, who sent multiple emails, Michelle Grenwald emailed the board regarding curriculum. That's the report.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Next is citizens requesting placement on the agenda. And I have a list. We'll go right down the list, beginning with Andrew Weaver.
Wow, so much good material to work with tonight. So I'm going to start with, again, find that we all have certain things we agree on. Barb, I 100% agree with you. There are policies and procedures already in place to prevent some of the things that Joe brought up. I appreciate Joe, for the first time, having some confidence to speak to the truth, to what parents are seeing. But again, Barb, I agree with you. These policies and procedures do exist. We've just not held anyone accountable to adhere them. So, yes, 100%, we should not be creating policies and procedures that already exist for public consumption. We should just hold people accountable, which is why you should be terminating anyone that was involved in the actions that led to the lawsuit. That's also why each of you should be resigning, because that was your obligation and you gave it up. So, again, that is the stuff that the community has been talking about. And you just flat out said, they all exist. And you've chosen not to enforce them. And we're seeing it time and time again. So now when we move into the curriculum, we just found out that a retired RCS teacher was advocating buying books on Amazon that parents are questioning and giving them to teachers to use in their personal classroom. so that they don't have to go through those processes to be approved. Where is the policy in that? Why is there not a standard being upheld? I had the principal of my kid's school tell me teachers can use whatever material they want in their personal classroom libraries. Adding the word personal to it does not make it their authority. There is standards in place. That is all anyone has asked for from the beginning of this. And everyone at this table has not taken their responsibility serious, and they have not met the standard. So yes, tonight, do what you're supposed to do, hold people accountable for those policies that, Barb, you just told us exist, that you know have been violated, and terminate contracts, and then resign. You have lost trust with the community. The smoke and mirrors is not going to work. We have sat here and listened till you guys tell us we won some fancy award for presentations on finance, but we cannot see a budget for the admin building, the new admin building. It cannot, can one of the 6 degreed accountants not produce that? Where is the expectations? Where are the standards? This is the stuff that the community is not glossing over anymore. The smoke and mirrors are done. So again, terminate the contracts of all those involved, resign, every single one of you. There's no way to move forward with leadership that is currently in place before we lose more good teachers. There's names on that retirement list and the people that left that people in this community know belong in the district. And you know why they're leaving. So if you want people that can do the right thing, it is time to stand up and hold people accountable, Barb, to those policies that you told us exist. Hold them accountable. And Scott, can you please tell us what the special event was for today? We would love to know what brought you home today.
Thank you. Next is Robert Yeager. Robert Yeager.
I'm Bob Yeager. I think I was asked to identify where I come from and what my relationship to the school is. I live at 1146 Bear Creek Court in Oakland Township. It's about a half-mile north of the Pink Creek Cider Mill. Been there for 20 years. Used to live down here for 10 years and in Sylvania, Ohio for 20 years. About 9 years ago, I started Oakland Township Sentinel. It's an online newsletter because I felt that in our township, people didn't get in-depth stories about what's going on. They got whatever the Post could afford to do and what the Romeo Record could afford to do, but it wasn't enough. So in the process of doing that, a few years ago, we had an argument, our township did, with Lake Orion Schools about funding of a police liaison officer for Oakview Middle School. It's in our township, but it's a Lake Orion school. And they wanted to do 50-50. We wanted to do in proportion to student population. So I looked up, well, what do we do with Rochester Hills, and we do it according to student population, and I got this agreement, and I was looking at it. At that time, I was just worried about funding, but I noticed that it talked about how the school police program works. It's, for those of you who don't know, there's 5 officers, 3 from the Sheriff Department, 2 from the Rochester City Police Department, and they service the numerous schools you have in this enormous school district. I haven't been to a board meeting since 1964 when I graduated from high school. And this is quite different in terms of complexity of issues and size and things to deal with. And the audience participation is quite different too. So what I ask you to do is, I sent you a letter about this back in February. In fact, I hand delivered it to most of you and sent one return receipt requested to the board president because I wasn't sure how things work. And my wife and I wrote the letter. And basically, just to emphasize parts of it, we have this agreement, and it has 2 basic things. It has there's a group called what do they call it? The management team, which is the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, the Rochester Police Department, and somebody appointed by the superintendent. And they do a number of things, one of which is provide an annual report by June 17th for distribution to the Executive Committee, Steering Committee, and government agencies who are parties to this agreement to tell them what's going on. Well, my wife and I did some FOIA requests. I've done probably 100 or so over the past 9 years through various agencies. And between the school system in Oakland Township and the city of Rochester, we came up with nothing that said that this report has ever been issued since 2010 is the date of the agreement, the amended agreement. So then it talks about this executive committee. That is the superintendent and the leaders of our 4 communities, the township manager of Oakland Township, the city manager of Rochester, and the mayor of Rochester Hills. And that executive committee has a number of responsibilities in this agreement. 3 main ones being maintaining the program's philosophy of crime prevention through education and appropriate law enforcement, oversight and administration of the police school liaison program, and the main one, I thought, was establishment and implementation of the goals and objectives for the program based on the recommendations of the steering committee. So again, we did FOIA requests, my wife and I. We came up with nothing that says goals and objectives have ever been set by this executive committee.
And that's time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tiffany Zerman.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany DeZerman. I am the president of the Rochester Avon Historical Society. I'm also a graduate of the Rochester Community School System, Go Highlanders, and a parent of a former RCS student. I've grown up in this community, I work in this community, and I'm here tonight to express my support and the Society's support for the historical preservation of the administration building located at 501 West University Drive. This building matters. It is a part of Rochester's story. It was the start of Rochester's pride and excellence in education. The administration building has served as a school or school office for 133 years, and this location has been the site of a school building for 175 years. The administration building is truly a historical landmark, an icon in Rochester. The portion known as the Harrison Building was listed on the State Register of Historic Places in 1987, and in 2021, the Historical Society began the process of nominating the entire campus to the National Register of Historic Places. People travel across the United States and around the world to visit historic destinations, yet how often do we take the time to tour and appreciate the historic sites in our community? Another iconic site is just down the road, the Rochester Elevator, which made this community grow and thrive with commerce and trade. As the economy grew, people came and they wanted to educate their children. They built schools like the ones that occupied this building. Losing such a historical structure would wipe away the community's prime example of economic growth and pride in education. The Historical Society believes that the administration building, the New Deal artworks by Leonard Jungwirth and Marvin Bierbaum, and the other artifacts, photographs, and ephemera located within this building have great historical significance, locally, regionally, and nationally. The Society further believes that the preservation, restoration, and adaptive reuse of the administration building significantly contributes to the historical character, beauty, and economic vitality of Michigan, Oakland County, and the greater Rochester area. It is also the environmentally sound thing to do. The school district is the steward of this building and its contents, not the owner. The structure and the historical items within are priceless and irreplaceable, and they belong to the community. Requests for proposals to purchase the administration building are due on March 28th at 5 p.m. The Rochester Avon Historical Society hopes that the board will be transparent and the community with the community and in the decision-making process, and urges the board to select a project that will historically preserve and maintain this important community landmark, this iconic structure for the good of the community and for future generations. As a show of support, over 1,000 people have signed a community petition, which I wish to present to the board tonight.
Thank you. Next is Ginger Kettleson. Ginger Kettleson. There we go.
I'm Ginger Kettleson, and I'm a Rochester resident for
for the past 60 years. My family has had a long relationship with Rochester schools. My husband and his siblings graduated from Rochester High, as did our 2 children and 4 grandchildren. My daughter and I are both retired educators from RCS, and I have then, after retirement, been employed and now volunteer at the Rochester Hills Museum at Van Hoosen Farm, and I am a member of the Rochester Avon Historical Society. So you won't be surprised to hear that I am one of the preservationists here tonight. I am also on the Legacy Committee, and I am among those on that committee who feel strongly that the Rochester community is very unique in valuing its heritage. There are many of us who feel our input was not listened to very hard. I would like to highlight, just as my part of a little education, some examples of our community's story, which we have so far preserved and some we have not. So first of all, my list, I'll take you on a tour of valuable preserved historic treasures. The Rochester Mills Brewery, the Rochester Hills Museum at Van Hoosen Farm, the grain elevator, Yates Cider Mill and the other cider mills, the William Chapman House on Oak Street, the Avon Township Hall, now the PCCA, a train depot, St. Philip's Church, the Woodward Farmhouse on North Main, Great Oaks Farmhouse, the Victorian House on University, as well as a goodly number of private homes in town, the Avon Township Library, the old post office, the original Congregational Church on Oak Street and the parsonage on 3rd. On Main Street, the Old Stone Store, which is the home bakery, the Opera House, which is Lytle Pharmacy, the Chrisman Building, the Paul Haig Jewelry Building, Masonic Block, and Burr Building. There are 3 remaining one-room schoolhouse, Stony Creek, Ross, and Deemer, out of 10 that were once in our community. The Rochester Municipal Park is another example, as well as the Fairview Farmhouse and several farmhouses in the community. They speak to our rich heritage. But then there are lost opportunities, things we can't get back. Woodward School, the Danish Old People's Home on Walton, the Oak Bluff home of Charles Chapman, designed by Albert Kahn, Helen O'Neill's Pottery Barn, the Ferry Morris Seed Farm, Park Davis Pharmaceutical Farm, over 20 water-powered mills, the Haven Sanitarium, and even the Hills Theater. Those lost opportunities are empty spots in our patchwork quilt of our community. I sincerely hope that this significant building and its property and its story do not become lost as well. The Rochester Academy, then the Avon School No. 5, the Harrison School, the Rochester High School. This building and property should be refurbished and adaptively restored for the benefit of the citizens of the Rochester area. Please give consideration to preservation as a valuable concept as you examine the coming proposals for development. Thank you for listening and for your service.
Thank you. Next is Deanna Harless. Deanna Harless. Next is Tara Donnelly.
Let me see here. Bear with me here. Once again, too high. Good evening. My name is Tara Donnelly, and I'm a parent in Rochester Hills. I'm also an RCS alum, so go Highlanders, class of 91. So, proud RCS alum. I'm here because being an alum, I especially really hate this community divide. I really do. I mean, I can't stand the conflict. I have friends on both sides of the aisle, and I'm really, truly, I'm heartbroken about what's been going on in the last 2 years, and I want to find a path forward to healing. I really do. But, I'd like to offer my perspective as the admin in 3 different Facebook groups over the past 2 years, and as an admin, I've read thousands of comments, so I too monitor the pulse of the community, although I don't, but I don't take screenshots and send them to employers. I have received hundreds of messages from members who are too scared to make public comments on issues because they feared retaliation from RCS. So this includes parents who fear speaking up on issues like, mold in a building, water leaks, late buses, as well as staff who fear deteriorating work conditions if they voice their unhappiness about low hourly wages or the recent teacher contracts with the 1% raise. So, after reading the 4 depositions from the recent lawsuit, I do understand their concerns, and I encourage anyone in this room to read the 4 depositions for yourself. Do not rely on articles. Read it and form your own opinions. Apply critical thinking that we just talked about. Okay. So I don't understand why RCS used taxpayer funds to hire a PR employee who spends 60 to 70% of her time on social media without any parameters. I do not understand why the RCS Community Relations Director applauded employees for compiling a 165-page dossier of screenshots of nonviolent comments in a Facebook group over a couple of days. That's not in entirety. That's a couple of days according to the deposition. This is 165 pages in 2 days. Is this really a good use of our taxpayer funds? I mean, you can hear the thud. Is this the best use of our taxpayer funds when we have teachers getting 1% raises and paraeducators getting $13 an hour? So I don't understand why the RCS Community Relations Director passes out screenshots to the other RCS administrators and board members instead of acting like a PR professional in other industries and answering questions directly. So I don't understand how the assistant superintendent expressed concern about children in distress by getting a parent fired of the child in distress. You are the sole cause of any distress, okay? So how do we heal? Silence is complicity. You need to stand up and hold the people responsible accountable because nobody should fear retaliation by speaking up on behalf of their children or on behalf of their work conditions. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Next on the list is Stephanie Vandale.
Imagine that. Audio. So that you can hear me. Unlike last time when I was up here, I kind of had to project my voice a little bit. So, now I'm hoping you guys are going to listen. So earlier today, I found a quote that perfectly summarizes the last 3 weeks. Being honest may not get you a lot of friends, but it'll always get you the right ones. Based upon the depositions in the Denverno lawsuit against this district, the deputy superintendent admitted to contacting the daughter of a retiree. This woman is a teacher at Delta Kelly who had yet to attain her 10 years of service. Upon getting the phone number, the deputy superintendent called the RCS retiree. Now, normally this wouldn't be suspect, but it led to some horrible outcomes. So many little crumbs fell on the ground. The retiree was someone who worked for RCS, worked with you for 30 years. You spoke to the retiree's husband, too. and stated, this whole thing will reflect poorly on Andrea and therefore the district. The conversation wasn't recorded, but whatever you said caused a mother to be let go from her employment for no good reason at all. All she was doing was advocating for her children and everyone else's children. Is this how you treated the teachers at Hugger when you were principal? And I hope that weighs heavily on your mind each and every time you look at yourself in the mirror. And then I think to myself, who are these people who would continue to employ people who got a mother fired? And here's the only answer I can think of. You are weak, and you are following a morally corrupt structure headed by someone with no spine. You cannot recognize that you support a system that is sick and rotting from the top. Then you are part of the problem, if not the entire problem. You do not deserve to sit in those seats. Every one of you are culpable for allowing the superintendent and his staff to create a toxic work environment
30 seconds.
Where teachers are fearful of retaliation to their career. Even Matt McDonald said it best when he said, "The BOE sets the tone at the top. I demand that you terminate Shaner for cause. I demand that you fire Fragamenti, Grind, and DeCreasy. And I demand that every one of you on the current BOE resign. The state can then step in and assist us to heal our community with new elections." Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next on the list is Meredith McCutcheon.
Hi. I hope this doesn't sound too choppy. I'm going to try to combine my comments with my husband's comments. He had to leave to pick up our children. So I'm going to try to do this both. In 2019, I interviewed for a vacant Board of Education seat. I sat before you then, and I talked about my dedication to increasing transparency and lifting the shroud of secrecy that surrounds this district. Instead of engaging with me at the time, you spent a significant amount of time on tape during my interview, telling me how personally offended you were that I would suggest that this district has transparency issues. Now, here we are in 2022. RCS has been embroiled in multiple lawsuits. They've committed OMA and ACLU violations. They've cost us so much, both financially and in terms of our reputation as a district. They have broken our community, all as a result of secretive, shady decisions made by unchecked leaders who are more concerned about preserving their egos than serving our children. And my husband wanted me to say that many of us here tonight moved to Rochester to be a part of and continue a legacy of excellence. Believe it or not, he said, this legacy was not built by the current school board or administration. It was gifted over decades of responsive leadership, excellence in teaching, and community support. He considers you all stewards of that excellence, and instead of enhancing and building on that legacy, you have diminished it through control, distrust, and mismanagement. It is the responsibility of the school board to be critical of and challenge the administration in their mission to do their best for our children and the community at large. Good leadership welcomes dissent, and growth comes from discussion, and that is not happening here, and it hasn't been happening for many years. Tonight, we are saying no more, no more. Tonight, so many of us here speak in one voice as we say unequivocally that it is time for a change in leadership. It is the only way for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Melissa Winkler.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name's Melissa Winkler. I have 4 children in Rochester. I'm also an attorney. My background's in Homeland Security, but currently I'm teaching college classes. I've also, like many people, been a longtime resident of Rochester. Go Highlanders again. I grew up in Rochester. I benefited from the various advanced courses offered in Rochester through Rochester Community Schools. The advanced courses and vast opportunities for success and the stellar reputation of Rochester Community Schools are some of the reasons I was insistent on moving back to Rochester. I mean, it became like a joke with me and my husband. I was like, we will live in Rochester. And then, of course, this happened. So anyways, he's laughing at me now. But anyways, I've been extraordinarily happy with my kids' teachers. I have 2 children, a first grader and second grader. And my biggest challenges have been taking place at the top level. So the 3 main issues I'd like to speak on, and I'm talking fast because a lot of content that I want to cover, is the misuse of funds, the lack of transparency, and issues with the administration and Board of Education, and the removal of advanced courses. So while the issues in themselves aren't related, the foundational solution is the same. It's removal of the Board of Education members and the top members of the administration. So budgetary concerns, there seems to be a trend of poor decisions. My main focus is currently on the administration building. Funds should be allocated first toward the schools before massive spending takes place at a building that's larger than necessary on the outskirts of our community. The board should question the spending decisions rather than being a yes rubber stamp, and community members should have input on whether these are the most logical and best use of taxpayer funds. On the note of advanced courses, in order to succeed, we need to focus on each student's individual strengths. During my time at RCS, I took advanced English, was part of Atlas, which was a program focused on international studies, and those have since been removed. These courses allowed me to focus my training on areas that were catalysts to me studying international law and Homeland Security. We need to focus on areas that students can excel in, and we don't need to have a one-size-fits-all approach. Finally, I would like to speak on the respect code. It's extremely disheartening, not only as an attorney that supports First Amendment rights, but also as a community member to see what Debbie Fragomeni has done in this community. The respect code states in the values section that all individuals are entitled to be valued. Various customs, this is from the RCS website, various customs, lifestyles, backgrounds contribute to an enriched learning environment. It would appear to me that the respect code has been violated in the situation that we just spoke of. I am shocked that there have been no public apologies and no resignations at this point. As I mentioned, I grew up in this area. Debbie Fragomeni, you were actually my second grade teacher. And so I respected my teachers in this community so much that I wanted to live here again. And all of the respect that I once had for you, I'm sorry to say, is gone. I am shocked that a former educator of mine lied to the community and settled a federal
10
lawsuit.
seconds.
And settled a federal lawsuit for getting a parent fired from her job. I teach my kids to do the right thing, and I implore you to do the right thing and resign. And I guess last little comment, with all due respect, I'd agree with what some of the other parents have said. We don't need an additional anti-retaliation policy, although I do think it was really well written. Good job. But if we just followed the First Amendment, we'd be good. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next is Eric McCutcheon. I'm sorry, that's right, okay. Leah Raymond.
Good evening, Ms. Fragomeni, Mr. Beers, Rochester Board of Education. My name is Leah Raymond. Usually I introduce myself with my school and my grade, but tonight I come to you as a citizen of Rochester Hills, perhaps an average Joe, if you will. Who cares? As you sit tonight in your office chairs, I want you to consider how lucky you are. Lucky to represent one of the best school districts in Michigan. lucky to serve a school district with ample funding and a rich history. Lucky to gather here in this building, which is a hallmark of the drive into the beautiful city of Rochester. So I come before you at the microphone tonight, not to stand here calling for your resignations, regardless of how I feel on the matter, but rather to request that you show us what you can be capable of. Right now, you're showing us your incapabilities. You're showing that you have not cared for the upkeep of this beautiful building for the past decades. You are showing us that you do not want to restore this beautiful historic landmark that has provided excellent education for our founding citizens of this community and so many others. You are showing us that you have failed to reach out to those who can properly evaluate and restore the building, although we have so many people in our community who are ready and willing to do so. So tonight I implore you to show us what you are capable of, to show us that you can be capable of working with the community who wants to work with you. You have 41 people who signed up to speak to you tonight, and so many more are here, students and parents and alumni of Rochester High School when it was in this building. 41 people, this is a real issue. So I ask that you be capable of actually listening to us and perhaps even responding. I ask that you be capable of preserving this history, your history. Each of you has power vested upon you for a reason. I want you to prove that you can use this power for good for the community, and save this building. Rochester Community Schools Board of Education, please come through for those who you serve. Make your community proud.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Kane.
Good evening. Patricia Kane, taxpayer and resident, alumni of Rochester High School class of '69, and lived in the city for 65 and a half years, and proud of it until this point. I come before you tonight to tell you my experience with Rochester School Administration and the board. But I want to say something first. Our school's sterling reputation, our excellence in education, our awards, our accolades, and our recognition across this state are teacher-driven. They are student-driven. They are parent-driven. And they are taxpayer-driven because we work to fund this school. Okay? So I am very upset and irritated because the administration and this board saw fit to call people liars, to have no memory, to not recall anything, to not know who they hired does what, to say I pay them an hourly rate, but I don't know what the hourly rate is for the attorneys for cease and desist. They lost integrity, ethics, morality, and professionalism, communication, transparency to us. When I pay a man salary, I don't care if it's 10 cents to the dollar, $21,000 a month, and this is what I get? Lawsuits that are still ongoing, a letter from the UCLA that he got in 2020 that gave plenty of warning, a lawsuit just settled, and I don't think we've settled the civil one. Now, my experience with this, I have every right to file a complaint with the UCLA and ask for investigation from this. And you're at risk right now for a lot of lawsuits. And I'll tell you why. I spoke in June, last June. I asked questions about salaries. I asked about the building. 2 days later, I got a call from the Rochester School Administration I was vetted. I happened to be off from the medical practice I work with. You know what I was asked? Who do you represent? What's your agenda? What's your motive? And you don't have any kids in the school, so why do you even care? It's none of your business. I stopped her. And I said, are you telling me as a taxpayer I can't ask a question? No. I said, well, you just said that. Meanwhile, the entire time in the background is a garbled man's voice giving instructions. I stopped her. I said, am I on speakerphone? Click. No. I said, tell me, who's there? I named 2 names. No, just somebody. I said, well, they're giving you instructions because you keep stopping, going like this, and then coming back. She knew I didn't have any children in the school system. I said, wow, you really investigated me already, didn't you? I got no answers, so she said, well, you can get a letter. We're going to have a letter, cease and desist if you don't stop misinformation. Went on and on, talking above me. She calls me on my day off from health care, and I'm going to tell you, I'm not happy when it's my day off from health care. I want that time for me. You ready for this? She kept talking over me. I said, please tell me, where was the misinformation? I asked questions. I never got an answer. I got a threat. So this threatening, this bullying, this intimidation, this silencing has come all around here for much more than just parents. It's shutting this entire community down if we dare ask you a question. So you know what? Pull up your pants and start acting like you should, because my solution, you, the board, hired those 4 people. You fire them now. You're wasting my money and this community's time. And then when you're done with firing them, because that's your right, before we call the state and ask for help, leave. Your silence of these members that said nothing.
We're well past time.
Okay, well, you got the drift.
Thank you. Next is Kristen Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Kennedy, and I'm a resident of the Rochester Community School District community. Thank you for giving me this privilege to speak tonight, as I will now offer my thoughts about the state of our public school system, its leaders, and the actions necessary to rescue this community from the disaster we find ourselves in. Look at this crowd here tonight. It's unfortunate that a turnout like this occurs when there's a difficulty within the community, but this group signifies something. Something is terribly wrong. Standing up here, I feel an overwhelming sense of sadness. I'm sad because the school district that we all once took pride in is slowly deteriorating into a 6 o'clock news story filled with bullying and cover-ups. I'm sad because the actions of those sitting in front of us, a family lost its livelihood during an already horrible time. I'm sad because the very people this community elected to represent and protect our interests have failed to even acknowledge that there are issues and still continue to ignore the parents pleading for your help. I'm sad that the principles this district prides itself in are the ethics that this administration and board have violated. But with this sadness comes confusion. How did people who I perceived as good do something so wrong? How did the people that say they care and want to protect children stand by and watch a family lose its income as a result of those actions, calling her a crazy parent, sending her a cease and desist letter, all while knowing she was telling the truth? If you care about children, why is it taking you so long to address the leaky roof and growing mold at Long Meadow Elementary? Your conduct has jeopardized children's roofs over their heads and food on their table. The most troubling part of this whole tragedy is the seemingly unlawful and unethical behavior this superintendent and deputy have normalized. Yet the board refuses to do anything about it. Are you complicit in this kind of unethical behavior? Do you have any concern that your actions are being seen by young RCS students who may be tempted to follow in your footsteps? Why haven't you terminated the superintendent and deputy? A part of me believes that you, like many in the community, are scared to speak up and do the right thing. There is a systemic problem in leadership at the very top of this district, and it has infiltrated the entire RCS organization. For years, there have been whispers about the leadership style and poor character of the RCS superintendent. But those whispers have become louder, and now they have turned into calls for help. Without question, this superintendent is a bully, a secretive and cynical wielder of backroom leverage that is masked in deep dysfunction. I know for many this is hard to believe,
30 seconds.
but it is possible to be a villain and hero at the same time, because absolute power can corrupt even the best natures. One part champion and one part false idol. Some examples are Kwame Kilpatrick, Andrew Cuomo, Bill Cosby, O.J. Simpson, Lance Armstrong. Powerful men holding inherently powerful positions who provided some good, but were unethical, corrupt, and broke the law. They functioned without question while marginalizing or removing their critics along the way. This ship is sinking, and you were all at the helm. The time is right to do what is right. Let's restore pride in RCS excellence. And by the way, where's Dr. Shaner tonight?
Thank you. Next is Lori Baggett.
Good evening. I am Lori Baggett, B-A-G-G-O-T. I have copies of all my Facebook comments for you tonight. Save a little money. I'd like to start with, I talked to somebody at the Civil Rights Division today, from the state of Michigan and Dana Nessel's office. I am formally providing you notice of the intent to petition Governor Whitmer for the removal of this board, which she has the power to do. You have 7 days to respond to it, so Monday the 28th it will arrive at her office. I'd like to remind you of since we were talking about the law, of the bylaw specifically, 0134, duties and responsibilities of the board members. Board members are elected to serve the interests of the school district and the entire school community. These interests may not be subordinated to any partisan principle, group, or interest. Not firing employee Deb Fragamino and ultimately her supervisor employee Robert Shaner is a breach of your duty and responsibility as board members. You are putting the interests and friendships or whatever it is of these individuals above the interests of the school district and the entire school community, and it puts you in breach of the duty and responsibility as a board member. When it was discovered that lists were kept of parents and their kids' names and schools and their comments and their grievances against this board, you looked at these lists, and some used the information against parents in this school district. You were in breach of your duty and responsibility to this school district and the entire school community. When you paid an attorney to send out cease and desist letters to parents in this community in order to get them to shut up about actions you were taking, and ultimately it led to a federal lawsuit against members of the board and employees of Rochester Community Schools, and these employees and people are still sitting here, you are in breach of your duty and responsibility to this school district and the school community. When you were sued individually and collectively in federal court for violating the First Amendment free speech rights, you are in breach of your duty and responsibility to this school district and the entire school community. When the Supreme Court of the United States allowed for nominal damages in the case of a free speech violation in 2021, it did so because the damage had been done to a constitutional right. And unlike the plaintiff in the federal lawsuit against you, the public's damages cannot be measured in dollars. That does not mean the damage has not been done in this community. We have been suppressed our free speech rights. Dr. Scherner has bullied us, and you've created an atmosphere and a chilling effect to our First Amendment rights. I'll give you one example real quick. I didn't want to wear this sweatshirt because I didn't want you to know that my kid plays lacrosse.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Greenwald. Michelle Greenwald.
Good evening. I'm a taxpayer and an RCS parent. I grew up in a household that was extremely involved in our community. I understand the role of members of the Board of Education. You are elected by this community to represent this community. I also understand the role of superintendent is to lead our district. You all fail to remember that you work for us, the taxpayers. And the fact of the matter is you have all failed us. The rhetoric from Rochester Community Schools is that you listen and are responsive to the community. Yet, you do not engage in conversations or dialogue with the parents, the taxpayers, nor anyone who may have differing opinions from your agenda. However, it is time for you to respond to our community. As witness to the numerous letters to the board regarding actions to be taken with Dr. Shaner, Ms. Fragamenti, and Lori Green, they all need to be fired immediately. I cannot fathom how they can sleep at night knowing that they purposely set out to destroy a woman's career. And who knows how many other victims there are out there that were scared into silence for fear of retaliation. To me, it's unconscionable. They each have had plenty of time to humble themselves and resign. Yet, here you are, smug, without an ounce of decency to do the right thing for our community. We have much to repair in our community, trust being the first priority. And the members of the board also had a hand in destroying the trust of this community. You were all complicit in covering Ms. Fragamenti's actions. If any of you has a sense of integrity, you would step down now. You have brought shame, embarrassment, and now a significant financial burden that you place on the taxpayers to remedy. In addition, there is no saying what will happen to our property values given the embarrassment you have brought to our district. Families are leaving the district rather than seeking it. I implore you all to do what is best for the community. You have created a divisive situation. Please resign so that our community can begin healing by rebuilding trust and focusing upon our children and educating them, which should have been our priority all along. We will continue to fight for what is right for our community, and we will absolutely fight for our students. Once our board has a clean slate from the lies, lack of transparency, abuse of power, and deceit, we can start a fresh, solid foundation. Until that time, our community has no reason to trust in this administration and this board. None of you are above reproach.
Next is Phil Andrews.
Good evening. I am Phil Andrews, and people call me Dr. Phil, but I'll save that story for another day. For the benefit of those not on the board without access to my dossier, I should mention that my family lives in Rochester Hills. My wife Jody and I are the humble parents of two daughters, a senior and junior, both at Rochester High. Jody and I wanted to move our children to a Notre Dame prep, but we also wanted to prioritize our daughter's voice in this process, and they elected to stay at RCS due to sports and friends. If they were still in middle school, they'd be attending Holy Family. I've literally traveled across the world to fight human trafficking, and have worked locally to shift the culture regarding the coercion, sale, and abuse of children in the sex and slave trade. And yet, right here at RCS, we have adults, elected officials, authorizing the use of public tax dollars to purchase child pornography for our children to consume at school. Men don't protect women because they are weak. We protect women and children because they are valuable. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men and women to do nothing. Guess what? Here we are, doing something. What kind of future are we preparing our children for based on the hidden agendas, lies, manipulations, and mandates demonstrated by this administration? To be adults that self-fear and abuse power bestowed on them to lead our communities? What's next? Classes on the benefits of marijuana, strategies for online gambling, or maybe the ultimate endgame, addiction to all drugs promoted by Big Pharma? Will you rename the stadium to Pfizer Field and the library to the Moderna Media Center? Whatever it takes to silence the voices of the masses and distract attention from the authoritarian bullies, right? Your compliance test is an exam our family plans to fail. Our revolution will proceed. I told my daughters 2 years ago that we don't live in caves anymore, but we are still surrounded by dinosaurs. Risk is a fact of life. We will not lock down our children. We will expose them to the world, continue to provide guidance, teach them to grow, and to live a life of integrity and service worthy of celebration. We now know that servant leadership is not the strength of this board. You may want to consider using your remaining instinct for self-preservation and step down now, before the rest of your crimes against our community are uncovered. Hashtag game over. Hashtag board of bullies. Hashtag time to go. We can handle many things, but locking our kids out of school and forcing them to wear masks like slaves when you finally allow them to return is inexcusable. This is our house. You need to leave. You work for us, and now you're fired. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to voice my perspective. Thank you also to all the district employees who feel unable to raise their voices due to the fear of retaliation in this hostile environment, not to mention the parents. Also, when will our seniors get to go off campus again for lunch? It seems like all the heightened security has done more to imprison our children and lock out parents. All you parents, I love you all for being here in support of this evening. Have a grateful day, and may God have mercy on us all.
Thank you. Carol Beth Litkui.
Hi, my name is Carol Beth Litkui, and I have 2 kids at RCS. Recent events make clear that we need real solutions to our problems at RCS. Administrators bullied and harassed parents in our community, even going as far as contacting parents' employers and resulting in one parent getting fired. I've heard from teachers who feel marginalized and are afraid to voice their opinions. When people in positions of power engage in deceitful or retaliatory behavior, they should step down or be removed, just as you'd see in any other business or organization. You've received depositions from the fired parents' lawsuit. You've heard from countless parents. The evidence speaks for itself. If you aren't willing to be part of the solution, you're part of the problem, because this community entrusted you with the oversight and power to respond. It's unpleasant, but a necessary part of checks and balances. Where is your integrity? Your silence is deafening. Now, one way to try to quash people's voices is through retaliation. Another way is to keep people in the dark. Since November of last year, I've told you about the administration's concerted efforts to block my access to class curriculum. The district instructed me to send FOIA requests, and then they denied them, claiming not to have records for a class that was going on for 6 months. In fact, the FOIA coordinator admitted to me on the phone that she would not be asking the teacher for any materials. If only this administration had been straightforward with me. I pleaded with the superintendent not to choose this path, and I gave the administration and this board every opportunity to avoid this. But the district dead-ended me with these games for months. So to my great relief, the Mackinac Center has agreed to help us seek accountability and justice. We launched a lawsuit, not just for my benefit, but on behalf of all parents who believe we have a legal right to know what children are taught in school. If the material you're using with kids and teachers is legal and ethical, Sharing the content should be the easiest way to address concerns and foster trust with parents. Why keep it secret if there's nothing to hide? This unfair treatment toward parents is clearly a systemic problem. I should have been able to count on the board for oversight regarding these violations. I shouldn't have to file a lawsuit. I asked kindly and respectfully. I tried to forge a relationship with you, and then you forced me into the FOIA process and then ignored the law to keep me in the dark. You are not above the law, and you are not above our rights. In order for us to fully participate in the democratic process of free speech and commentary,
30 seconds.
it's essential that government bodies like public schools be transparent and non-retaliatory. We need new leadership at RCS who will embrace a healthy relationship with parents, even those who ask questions, and who will work together to truly put our kids first.
Thank you. Next is Richard Dengate.
Good evening. My name is Richard Dengate, and I've been a resident of Rochester Hills for 29 years and a member of this community school district. I too am a preservationist and with the Historical Society. If I may give you a little bit of my background before I get there. 8 years ago, I retired after 50 years in the classroom. The first 26 years were at the secondary level, teaching economics at the advanced placement and international baccalaureate programs. Following that, 24 years at the university level, teaching economics and Japanese history. There were 2 interruptions to my long career. The first occurred when I was selected to participate in the Fulbright program to India. Here, I was submerged in an intensive study of history and culture of the subcontinent. The second involved my selection as a Michigan exchange teacher to Japan under the Michigan Shiga Culture Exchange Program. These experiences reinforced for me the critical importance of serious historical preservation in promoting the cultural legacy of a community of people, both at the national and local level. I had the opportunity in being absorbed in seriously preserved structures, museums, monuments, shrines, and their priceless artifacts. This would not have been possible without the serious preservation efforts of the past. Now, I have intentionally emphasized serious efforts so as to distinguish them from partial or token preservation. 45 years ago, I was affiliated with a district experiencing dramatic decline in enrollment. That necessitated the closing of several elementary buildings and a middle school. One of the buildings scheduled to be closed was the oldest in the district. That generated concerns, followed by meetings such as the one we are now at. Unfortunately, the board at the time accepted the developer's preservation plan. It consisted of saving the original front entrance of the school, including the large concrete slab above the doors engraved with the name of the school. This was supposed to be historical preservation. Instead, it was a waste of time and money and effort. Today, it is ignored and forgotten. The entrance, surrounded by a repurposed structure, has become a mere curiosity. This was partial and token preservation, and history was the loser. Now soon, you're going to be reviewing proposals that will determine the future of these structures and the
10
artifacts
seconds.
within them. I hope and I urge you to place serious historical preservation a top priority in arriving at a final decision, avoiding partial or token preservation, and thus promoting the educational legacy of the community.
Thank you. Next is Elena Denverno.
I don't think I need an introduction because I think you know who I am. I'm the one that sued you. I didn't come here to talk about my lawsuit. You already know the details of that. And nor did I want to get into a lawsuit with you in the first place. I wanted to expose what's been going on in this district for far too long. I love these schools. I've had some phenomenal teachers and administrators who I absolutely adore, who have made the biggest impact in my children's life. And it is sad to say that they are no longer in this district for fear of retaliation from my own family and my own children. It didn't have to come to this. It didn't have to come to a lawsuit. It didn't have to come to countless hours of legal fees, time, and stress. A good CEO addresses their staff, AKA the parents. But you continue to ignore the issues. That is not how a successful business is run. All we wanted as parents of RCS is for you to listen to us, to have a dialogue with us. All we wanted was transparency. All we wanted was an opportunity for you to sit down and understand what we were feeling. But you gave us none of that. You continue to work with your own agenda, your own desires. Your actions have caused fear and intimidation in the very people who elected you to office and put their school district in your hands. But that stops here. I'm so proud of this community for having their eyes wide open. Thank you for consistently not listening to us, because now you have exposed yourselves to the community, and parents are demanding change. Parents will no longer sit idle or quiet. We want your resignations now, because we can no longer trust our own administration or board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Colleen Carney.
Hi there. My name is Colleen Carney, and I currently have 2 children in the district. The following list is a compilation of unresolved matters I've heard from parents and community members across the district over several months and actually several years now. I know you've already heard these things before, but I will compile some of them here today because I couldn't choose just one topic to discuss, as there are far too many. This community is tired. Tired of the lack of transparency, tired of the unanswered questions, tired of not being heard, tired of changing curriculum without community input, tired of frivolous spending, tired of unrepaired school buildings, tired of failed for-profit business ventures, tired of our students falling behind with no plan to catch them up, tired of growing class sizes, tired of the excuses, tired of the unpaid paras, tired of the 1% raises for teachers, tired of the 12% raises for the superintendent, who can't even be here tonight, tired of no accountability, tired of the lack of oversight, tired of the sexually explicit materials available in the schools, tired of the false narratives to create division, tired of the lying, tired of the cover-ups, tired of the lawsuits, tired of the cease and desist letters, and tired of the bullying. Ultimately, we're tired of the messes you continue to make. The depositions from the recent lawsuit told many truths. And if you haven't read them yet, I really suggest you do, because it's very eye-opening. You must step down so this community can repair the trust that you have broken. Shaner, Fragamenti, Bull, and the rest of you. Since you knew or were directly involved and did nothing about it, or did not set the record straight, we cannot trust you that you can repair the problems which you have created. After years of giving you the benefit of the doubt, it is obvious now you have no interest in working with the community in which you serve. Your tactics and your distractions will not deter our efforts. We may be tired, but we will not give up. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Douglas Nickel.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Doug Nickel. I'm a 25-year resident out here. I fell in love with the community the weekend they dedicated the Veterans Point at Avon and Livernois. I don't know if any of you were here back then. I was one of the flight crew for the helicopter that landed there when I was in the Army. And I loved the community. I started out in Birmingham, and then I moved out here, 95, I believe. I love it. But I want to address some of the building maintenance. You had the bids described earlier. Thank you. I'm wondering if you can add to the meeting agenda, either monthly, bi-monthly. You've got, the repairs at like Long Meadow is a classic example. It's been ongoing for, year and a half, 2 years? There's a bidding process, I understand that. I've done government bids in the defense business. I've done state bids. It doesn't take that long. I bid on an armored vehicle. It was 10 months, and that was a $50 million program. I don't see what's taking so long for $10,000 or $12,000. If you could, I would appreciate 3 simple things I look at. Who's doing what and when? When these repairs are noted and have to be done, who's following the bid? What's being done about it? And when will it be due and completed? It's not that simple. It's pretty easy. It keeps people accountable for what's going on, and the can doesn't get kicked down the road. There were some terms I heard earlier tonight. Stakeholders. You're a board. These are your stakeholders out here. They control everything money-wise that comes into the board, which includes the buildings. I've had some friends on boards. When they're not doing their job, they're not a board member anymore. I know I segued, I'm sorry. But the other one is, the open dialogue. Along with these maintenance bids and these repairs going on that have been dragged on, I have never seen any dialogue or any response to these building repairs. Long Meadow, that the roof's leaking, I believe it's a flashing issue. They repaired the roof. You spent $1 to fix a dime. Why? Why wasn't it investigated before the roof repairs were done? It's a waste of money. The other one is, the common one tonight's transparency. Work on that. Because, I've come to a number of these meetings, I don't see it. I don't see it in the minutes. And there's too much holding back. And as somebody said, you've lost the integrity of the community. And, I stand quiet through a lot of these meetings, and these past few weeks, I really see what they're saying. There is no integrity. I can't see it. And hopefully, even the small step, I turn companies around, I turn management around. How much long?
30 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I turn companies around, engineering departments around, and build the trust with the customer. I would, if I was hired to do this, I wouldn't know where to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Day. Michael Day. Alan Daniloff.
Good evening, not Dr. Shaner, Board of Education. My name is Alan Daniloff, and I study architecture at Lawrence Technological University. I don't live in Rochester or anything, but as an avid lover of architecture, I feel like I have a duty to give my 2 cents on the Rochester administration building. When I think back to why I wanted to pursue architecture, I can think of several architecturally beautiful places around Southeast Michigan that inspired me. The city of Rochester is one of those places. I always loved visiting the city of Rochester and enjoying the walkable downtown and historical architecture. The building that always topped off my visits to Rochester was the big old building on the hill leading into the city, the RCS Administration Building. I have admired this building for years as an example of classical American architecture. So when I heard of RCS's hopes to sell the building for inevitable demolition, I was shocked. This building seemed like such a permanent feature of the city. How could it just be torn down? Regardless of costs, how is it even a debate whether such a historical building should be preserved? Rochester's historical architecture is one of the city's greatest features. It draws people like me to visit the city of Rochester. So if icons of Rochester's architectural history, like this building, are sold and then destroyed, the very identity of the city fades. Rochester will lose a piece of its unique charm and culture. The long and vibrant history of Rochester still continues today, and each of you board members are currently playing a part in it. Influential figures will come and go, but they leave a legacy behind within the city's history, just as you will. So tell me, how would you like to be remembered in the history of your city? Remembered as the ones who prevailed to save an iconic building and keep Rochester's architectural history intact? Or do you want to be remembered as the ones who sacrificed a beautiful hallmark of your city's identity to save $1? No one will care to commemorate or remember your current efforts to cut costs. What the people of Rochester really care about is culture, architecture, and history. So consider using your current power to advocate for what the community wants, to save the administration building and preserve Rochester's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Martin.
Kind of wish I was talking about the admin building now, but I'm not.
So, my name is Nicholas Martin. I've lived here since 2009. I have 2 daughters in the district. I had a speech written, but I'm going for a shorter version. I don't like being up here. I never thought I would have to be up here advocating for my children or children of this community, but because you all repeatedly fail to listen to all parents and only care for people with like-minded views and bully and intimidate those with different opinions from your own, here I am, as you sit there smug, as usual. Are you guys having fun? Right. Okay. I guarantee if you were properly doing your jobs, all of us would not be here. Because that is what we expect and trust. You get hired to do a job and do it to the best of your ability according to the compensation you are paid or the oath you took for your position. I am only here to prove to this administration and BOE that we are not going to back down from you. We are not going to stop advocating for our children. You all have failed the community. I would like to welcome all community members, all walks of life, and all political views to join together in removing this administration and school board for the spying on community members, calling employers, calling the police, calling the FBI, being involved in despicable lawsuits that negatively impact our community and district. Even if we can't all agree on every topic all the time, I know we all want what's best for our children. If you are doing this to parents, I can't imagine what teachers and staff are going through that oppose the views of this admin. We value and have the utmost respect for teachers and staff in this community. But you all broke this community's trust, and the only way to fix it is to step down and let us pick new leadership and bring excellence back to the broken administration and BOE. True leaders would listen to all voices, not just those they agree with. True leaders are not hypocrites. True leaders welcome all ideas from all citizens. True leaders do not try to silence and censor what they don't understand or do not like. The BOE is supposed to check the superintendent, not give them free rein. The BOE answers to us, the community. For all of these reasons, we respectfully demand that you all fire Robert Shaner and any administration employees involved in tarnishing this community's great reputation and respect this community and school district's wishes
30 seconds.
And step down. All of you. The entire BOE. We would also like to demand a third-party investigation on this administration from the time Robert Shaner was hired in 2013. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Ackerman.
Hi, my name is Amy Ackerman. I have 2 children in the district. I'm going to start with a lawsuit that was brought against this district. Where was the notifications to the families in the district about the lawsuit and its progress? We receive emails almost in real time when a teacher says a questionable word in the classroom, but not a single email about the district being sued. No email letting our school community know the tax dollars that should be spent to educate our children are being spent on attorneys and settlements. Let's talk about why the district was sued. As professional leaders of our school, when confronted with a parent who said something on social media that you didn't like, your response wasn't to reach out to the parent and have a discussion. It was to call her employer and get her fired. That's not ethical, professional, or in any way leadership. That is sinister, unprofessional, and not what any of this community should accept from their Board of Education and superintendent. Now let's talk about the reasoning given by the district to perform this betrayal of trust. Ms. DeVerno asked parents to videotape their children in distress caused by online classes. Surprisingly, getting Ms. DeVerno fired did not reduce my child's distress. If you're so worried about kids in distress, the solution certainly was not getting a parent fired.
These are the types of solutions to problems we do not need, but seem to be the only way this Board of Education and Superintendent respond. And finding that Ms. DeVerno wasn't the only parent targeted was shocking. Let me read a section from a deposition from Superintendent Shaner about another parent so you can hear his words. The question from the attorney said, "Why did you do that?" His answer, "Because I was concerned and scared." Question, "About what?" "About the nature of the Facebook post." Question, "What was it about it?" "I didn't get anything other than he was recommending a protest." Answer, "In front of people's homes. He was talking about putting pressure on people in their personal lives." The end of the story is the superintendent contacted this parent's employer, too. This parent is a police officer. The superintendent of our school was upset because someone posted about protesting, and the superintendent was concerned because, I quote, "He was talking about putting pressure on people in their personal lives." And yet his response was to do exactly that. He put 100% pressure on this police officer's personal life by contacting his employer, along with Ms. DeVerno's and other parents. To what end? How did this solve any problems? It was merely a bullying tactic. This is not the type of leadership that should be guiding our school district throughout such difficult times. We have an amazing community, unbelievable teachers, and great families to support our schools. But our Board of Education and Superintendent want nothing to do with that. They want to have closed-door meetings, bully people that disagree with their decisions, weaken our district through making people afraid to question what we see happening. Final thoughts. I find it interesting that I keep hearing that we have a difficult time hiring teachers in our district, because I think we have a pretty great community. But if parents are being treated like this, I can only imagine if a teacher dares to disagree with this Board of Education and Superintendent.
30 seconds.
We need ethical, professional leaders for the district. We clearly don't have that. Instead, we have paid staff members spying on parents. We have Board of Education and superintendents being sued and not even bothering to read the complaint. But what I think is really the most telling is that this Board of Education and superintendent don't think they did anything wrong. They think they are justified to waste resources on monitoring school media, or monitoring social media, and using it to attack parents. They have not made any statements to apologize to the district for wasting money and resources. I'm asking that the board to fire the superintendent and then all resign, because you do not represent the integrity of this community and completely lack leadership skills that we need in this district.
Thank you. Courtney Dimitri is next.
Good evening. I'm Courtney Dimitri, a district taxpayer and a parent to 2 RCS students. I'm not a parent you have previously heard from. I have been reluctant to speak. As an advocate of mental health, I recognize it is an extremely personal and private journey. I now find myself in a position where I have to publicly expose details about my children's health to highlight how deeply you have failed our kids. My once carefree, happy children are now ridden with anxiety and depression. Your choices have left scars on my family and many across this community. We chose to live in this community because of the district. The teachers, counselors, administrators at our school are among the best. I'm beyond grateful for them all, and I applaud their service. I worked closely with these faculty members at multiple schools. When I presented them with our challenges, I was told by various staff at various levels, if I wanted to do right by my kids and I had the means, I should leave. I'm going to say that again. I was advised to leave the district to make progress. While shocked by the blunt honesty, I was humbled by their willingness to protect my students when you did not. Proud they chose ethical and professional integrity over a district sales pitch. So we left. It was an amazing experience, and they began to thrive. For multiple reasons, it was not a sustainable solution. We decided to return to RCS. We were optimistic that changes were on the horizon with the pandemic progressing. It was all a lie. At a time we should have leaned in, listened harder, worked together toward realistic solutions, like districts all around us, you strong-armed us into positions we do not belong. I worry every day about the lasting damage of this impact on our kids emotionally and academically. How can a BOE who claims to represent our diverse community vote 100% with the superintendent 100% of the time? You were supposed to be our voice, not cover it up to cater to a political puppet. In the time you have failed my family with weak COVID protocols, I've begun watching more closely, waking up like countless other parents to lawsuits, budget mismanagement, canceled curriculum, distribution of pornographic material, lack of transparency, just to name a few. How do you sleep at night? I don't, in anticipation of the next panic attack. You do not speak for me. You do not represent my children. This is not the district we came for, and I call for your resignations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris Rzuski.
I was hoping I had a little more time. So I'm a father of 3 boys in the district. And so I have a question and some comments. So my main question is, why haven't we heard from the board with everything that's gone on in the last couple of months? So we heard from Joe Patel, but I would expect that we would hear from the president and vice president. In your corporate roles, you would do that, right? So why should we expect anything less? So just to be clear, I'm not asking you to comment on the lawsuit, but what is our path forward? So as I see it, you have 4 choices, probably more. Stay the course. You guys are happy with how things are going. Implement Joe's changes. You could do that. Maybe you have your recommendations of your own that you like to implement. And there's probably some type of hybrid approach, right? But we haven't heard from you. Your bosses in your corporate, if this happened in the corporate world, your bosses would expect something of you, a plan forward. What are your recommendations? How are you going to resolve this? So why am I asking this? Because I've noticed, and I think a lot of parents, that there's escalating intimidation and bullying behavior in this district by the leadership. So some examples, some have already been brought up, but the ACLU got involved, right? And that's never a good thing, because they said, parents' freedom of speech was impacted. And so what did they say? They wanted to implement procedures to prevent this in the future. Obviously, that wasn't done. And then we had an issue in the community where someone sent a letter using somebody else's name. Police were called, cease and desist letters were sent. That parent came up here and pleaded with you guys to implement a transparent protocol and add more checks and balances. Was anything done? No. And you could have prevented a lot of this if you just took action. Listen to parents. I think we all know about the latest lawsuits, but calling a parent's employer is a line that should never be crossed. Period. I mean, there's no excuse. I mean, some more examples. Rochester City Council said they felt bullied by RCS lawyers. You have Dr. Shaner berating a mom, a parent, at a town hall. I mean, that's not acceptable at any level. So we ask kids to stand up to bullies, but what are you doing? You know what I'm talking about. And then mainly, lastly, the depositions.
30 seconds.
They were horrible. No integrity. It's like a student being sent to the principal's office and saying, I don't know, I didn't see anything, it wasn't me. I mean, we expect our kids to act with some integrity, and I didn't see that in the depositions, and I'm not dumb. Nobody here is dumb. We know that you were coached. But from a public position, would expect a little more integrity.
10 seconds.
So basically, there's this pattern of escalating behavior that's well below the standards that we expect for this administration. So please do something this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Nagel.
Hi, my name's David Nagel. My wife and I moved to Rochester Hills in 2011, 2 months after our first child was born. It was primarily the schools that brought us here. We had every intention of raising our children here. As it is, it'll be the school district that drives us out of this community. I'm afraid to stand up here, versely. I'm afraid of public speaking. This is well beyond anything I've ever done. Second, I'm genuinely afraid of losing my job or being retaliated against in other ways, as others have proven to be. How sad is that in the year 2022, in a supposed free land, that a parent should be afraid to speak out against wrongs and injustices. I am embarrassed and ashamed to be represented by this board and the leadership of the superintendent's office. The controversies grow day by day. The severity of some of these actions by some and inactions by others, it's loathsome. Every email that comes from Dr. Shaner or Ms. Fragamenti, I pray it is to announce the resignations or the resignations of the board. Instead, it is a slap in the face when the emails instead talk of values and respect. Total hypocrisy. I cringe when I read them. I beg for all those involved in all these wrongdoings, please do the right thing and resign. This community, it must move on. It must be led by new leaders, new representation. I'm not a very outspoken person. I've never been involved in any sort of public action, anything resembling this. You know you've done something wrong when you get somebody like me up here to speak out. I'm confident there are thousands of parents and citizens just like me who are still silent. I pray that they also make their voices heard.
Thank you. Next is Tim Peterson.
Hello. Tough crowd, eh? Yeah. You know it's pretty bad when you can't get one citizen to publicly pat you guys on the back. So my name is Tim Peterson. I got 3 kids at Longmeadow. If Bob was here, he would recognize me from the 10 or 12 emails that I sent him, and he simply ignored them. I'd like to know in what reality someone can get a compensation package estimated to be $700,000 a year and pick and choose what citizens he gets to call back. I'm also one of the parents that received the anonymous letter that was an attempt at intimidation. It didn't work, and neither did the last-minute cancellations and format changes for this meeting. I'm proud to speak up with the other brave moms and dads and taxpayers in this room. So almost 6 years ago, my wife and I moved here from Sterling Heights and made the decision to move here for the schools. Sadly, I'm starting to regret that decision. I don't know if it's the toxic and biased Longmeadow PTA that I tried to expose since 2020, the black mold at Longmeadow where my kids attend and breathe the air every day, the graphic porn in our libraries, the wasteful and secretive spending on this new administration building, or just in general how you guys rolled out this online learning plan that catered to only a fraction of the community. You disrespectfully ignored and worse yet went after the livelihoods of parents who didn't agree with you. That's absurd. I was recently at a PTA meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a $2,000 request for a building improvement to put corkboard furring strips in the hallway so 5th graders can hang their artwork. It was shelved for further discussion. It was, why should parents have to pay for this stuff? So, with all the foolish spending, I figured out why should the parents pay for this stuff. So tonight, when the executive staff and whoever is making a 6-figure salary in this district goes home and tries to figure out what kind of couch you want to put in your new executive office, or what kind of carpet you want, or what kind of art you want on your walls, why don't you guys get your priorities straight and put the money with the teachers and the kids? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Opfer.
My name is Jessica Opfer, and I have 2 children in the district. I think you know why I'm here tonight. You know that many members of our community feel bullied, intimidated, and silenced. I was originally going to speak here about some of our community's shared concerns, about the purchases of Caring Steps and the Letica building, the future of this historic structure, the condition of some of our schools, the removal of advanced language arts, the delays and ridiculous fees for FOIA requests, the possible violations of the Open Meetings Act, the concerns about our literacy curriculum, the low salaries of our teachers and parapros and high number of resignations, and the district's failure to respond to concerns and investigate complaints. I scrapped that speech after receiving messages from 2 teachers who told me about the toxic environment that has developed over a period of years, an environment in which teachers and staff won't raise a dissenting voice because they fear retaliation. These are not the first teachers I have heard from, but I would like them to be the last. I've been a victim of that toxic environment too. I'm an active parent volunteer in RCS. My history of involvement predates COVID by many years. For the past 20 months, I've attempted to engage with the district on a number of pressing issues. I've respectfully written letters, spoken at meetings, exchanged emails, and had multiple phone conversations with members of the board and administration. But when I was invited to meetings, I wasn't told who I would be meeting with, or I was told the district refuses to meet with a group of parents with shared concerns. What you don't seem to understand is that these concerns cannot be solved in private, one-on-one phone calls or meetings. I am not a box to be checked off your to-do list. We are asking for changes in your process, in how you make decisions and communicate, in how you treat people. I've been contacted by dozens of parents, teachers, and staff who feel the same. What happened to feeling safe, valued, and respected? I stand behind every word. I have never attacked anyone. I have never asked anyone to resign. In exchange for my efforts, I have been attacked. My words have been twisted, and I've been falsely accused of lying, spreading misinformation, and having low integrity. I have not been given my rightful opportunity to discuss these accusations, and I certainly shouldn't have to do it here for all the world to see. This isn't just about the building. This isn't just about me. It's about a culture of disdain and egotism, an unwillingness to acknowledge your mistakes, and a patent disregard for suggestions that could lead to positive change. You are bound by your bylaws, administrative policies and regulations, and the Michigan Code of Educational Ethics, and yet you have failed to follow your own rules without oversight or accountability. These actions have created an atmosphere of mutual distrust. We are asking for a school board and an administration that are responsive to parent concerns, that operate in the true spirit of transparency and accountability, with free and open lines of communication. Our community deserves this. My colleagues deserve this. It is time for a change, and it is your responsibility to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nemrin Cesars.
So, good evening. My name is Namrin, and I have 2 boys in the district. And I'm afraid that it might appear that I'm not all that prepared, because I'm choosing to go off script from what I had originally prepared for this evening. The truth is, I've spent many hours preparing and agonizing over what I'd say. What words could I possibly say that would penetrate the wall that exists between the board and the community? Tonight, I'm going off script because I never figured it out. Many of the thoughts that I was going to share have already been echoed here tonight, and they've fallen on ears that are not open. So my words here tonight are less for the board and more for those who are tuning in from home. First, I understand why you're at home. I didn't want to be here tonight, and I definitely didn't want to be standing up here speaking. Tonight, I'm using my time to encourage other parents to get involved, to step out from the shadows. Parents, we may not see eye to eye on all the issues, whether masks should be required or not, whether buildings should be preserved or not, how tax dollars should be used, and so many others. But that's okay. It really is. These topics have become so divisive, so polarizing, that we are losing sight of where the true problem lies. That is the superintendent and the school board that is representing us all. This should be a unifying topic for all parents. Parents, even if you agree with the board's stance on a given issue, you cannot support their behavior. This behavior is not rumor or speculation. It is public reading material in the form of depositions with more to come. I will not call out the board members by name. There really is no need. The truth is, you either directly participated in the activities that have put our district in the headlines, or you sat silently by while it happened. Your silence speaks volumes. Parents, we may disagree on issues, and that's okay. But please get involved. This is the great unifier. We all deserve better representation, and this superintendent and this board is not it.
Thank you. Next is Janet Raymond.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Janet Raymond. I'm a 20-year community member, 13-year district parent, and 1-year board member of the Rochester Avon Historical Society, which, ironically, I joined in part because I wanted to be involved in the community in a capacity that was not associated with the schools. And then, in 3 weeks after I joined, you announced the purchase of the new building, and well, here I am. But the number I want to focus on tonight is 175 years. That's how long a school or school offices have sat on this corner, nearly the entire time our community has been in existence. This building serves as an important touchstone for our community, from the simple wooden schoolhouse that first sat on this site, to the multi-story school building that was built when the original burned, to the additions of 1916 and 1929. In this complex, one sees how the community grew and prospered over its first 100 years, and how that community placed a high value on education. In 1857, the wooden schoolhouse was transferred to Avon District Number 5, which later became part of the Rochester Community Schools, making it your duty to protect, preserve, and be good stewards of that which you have inherited. Others who sat in those chairs before you share the blame for not investing in and properly maintaining this building, leading to the condition it is in now. But it falls to you to answer for that and to make amends by making the right choice now when selecting a development proposal. We don't need to look very far to see other buildings in our town, like Rochester Mills, and in our broader metro area that were in much worse shape, that have been restored and repurposed, once again playing a vibrant role in the community while still maintaining the connection to the past. Our history and historical buildings are a large part of the charm and character of our town and set us apart from our neighboring communities. When I walk around town and through these neighborhoods, it's the historical homes and buildings that make me stop and look and appreciate the history of our town. The new buildings only make me wonder what was there before. As BOE members, you live in this community, and you are here, whether elected or appointed, to represent this community. You are our voice. You have to balance your fiduciary responsibility to the schools with your responsibility to the community. 175 years. Please don't throw that away in favor of another senior living community or high-rise luxury apartments. We have enough of those already. What we have here is irreplaceable, and if it is torn down, there is no way to bring it back. It is not your job to come up with the ideas for what this complex is to become,
30 seconds.
but it is your job to weigh all of the factors, especially the historical significance of this building and its place in our community. Let's extend our pride and excellence to encompass our community and its history. I implore you to choose a redevelopment proposal that will honor and historically preserve this building and our history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Katie Stozicki.
Good evening. My name is Katie Stozicki, and I am here today on behalf of the Rochester Avon Historical Society to promote the historical preservation of the RCS Administration Building located at 501 West University Drive. As a former RCS student, the Administration Building has always been a landmark for me. As a young elementary schooler, I remember going out to take photos of this building for the Reflections contest being held that year. The Administration Building serves as a landmark. You always know you're in Rochester when you pass it driving on University. A community staple, that is what the Administration Building is. It is a community staple just as our library is a community staple, just as the Rochester Mills is a community staple, just as our two universities are community staples. In many ways, the Administration Building is the face of Rochester. Repurposing the building would allow the community to start using it in a faster manner than waiting for a new building to be built. A building that means so much to so many in the community deserves to be used by the community and repurposed. Repurposing it will draw people to the community. It could be used as an artist's studio or any number of things. People around Michigan would come here to see the historic building that the RCS Administration Building is. So I ask, please consider the community significance of this building when choosing a project bid, the historical significance of it. Consider the number of people in this community that see this building as a staple of our community. Repurpose it. Bring more people into the community by repurposing and reusing it. This building and its history deserves to be saved for the people in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Clare.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Clare, and I'm a parent of a child in the district. This is my first time speaking at a board meeting, and admittedly and regretfully, this is probably something I should have done a long time ago. But to be completely honest, I was scared. I knew all too well the tactics the administration, BOE, were employing to try to silence, intimidate, and retaliate against individuals that spoke up in these forums. Unfortunately, the strategies worked to silence me for far too long. I've written letters that never got sent and speeches that never got delivered, because after I thought about it long and hard, I concluded that my livelihood and ability to provide for my family were not just something I could put at risk, even though I desperately wanted to speak up about my dissatisfaction with what I saw happening in the district. Sadly, I know I am not alone in feeling this way. There are many others that feared speaking up about their concerns regarding their children's education and the problematic behavior of the district. It simply shouldn't be this way. Parents and citizens alike should not fear the school district that their taxes fund. Your actions have caused a complete breakdown in trust, and unfortunately the damage is now irreparable. You've brought shame and embarrassment to our community, not just locally, but on an international stage. What you did is not okay, and there should be no putting this behind us or moving on from this misconduct. The people who engaged or had knowledge of these transgressions need to be held accountable. So to this end, I am first requesting you to terminate the employment of Debbie Fragamini, Amy DeCreasy, and Lori Green for their involvement in retaliating against parents and for their obvious misuse of taxpayer funds. Second, I ask the board to terminate the employment of Dr. Shaner for breach of contract on the grounds of moral turpitude. Referencing Section 13 of Dr. Shaner's employment contract, it states, "The District's Board of Education may terminate this agreement during its term without further liability to the superintendent for compensation, fringe benefits, or otherwise for any reasons that are not arbitrary and capricious, including but not limited to non-feasance, misfeasance, malfeasance, moral turpitude, and financial impropriety." Moral turpitude is described as a deviant behavior constituting an immoral, unethical, or unjust departure from ordinary social standards, such that it would shock a community. Dr. Shaner's actions have most certainly shocked our community. And for this, I am requesting he be terminated. And lastly, I would request the entire Board of Education to resign from their positions for failure to uphold both the board bylaws and the Michigan Code of Ethical Relationships for Board of Education members and educational administrators. Principle 1 is the code is a commitment to be trustworthy, and Principle 2 is a commitment to be responsible. By engaging in retaliatory tactics, failing to disclose the administration's illegal actions, and neglecting to hold those individuals responsible, you are neither trustworthy or responsible. Please do the right thing and allow our community to heal and begin the process of rebuilding trust in our school system. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next is Amy Kennedy. Amy Kennedy. Next is Jessica Weiner.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Weiner. I started the Facebook group, The Conservative Parents of Rochester, now the Conservative Parents of Michigan. I started the group because I wanted parents in the community that were being canceled to have a safe place to talk and a community with like-minded people. Unfortunately, we were even stripped of a simple freedom when our board decided to stalk Rochester Community School parents on my page and attack them personally at their place of work, and even as far as to get the police involved. I am disgusted, but not surprised. We moved to Rochester for the schools and the family community. My husband served in the military for 14 years. We started our family, and the military life was challenging, as you can imagine. I grew up in Michigan, so when my husband got out, there was no other place I wanted to raise my kids than in Rochester, Michigan, with good Midwest values. Mind you, we have lived in Hawaii, Guam, Florida, and California, and we chose Rochester. My husband and I were unhappy with the woke tone of the superintendent's emails and curriculum before the pandemic. The pandemic only shined a bigger light on your flaws. So much so we removed our kids from the Rochester community schools. We put them in a hybrid homeschool program. I never wanted to be a homeschool mom, but you left me with little choice. Next year, we are going to pay to put them in private school, even though we pay hefty Rochester taxes for the schools. How many other families have left? That alone should alarm you. I do not want Rochester Community Schools to be conservative. I want them to be neutral. It is quite clear that you put your politics before our children. It is simple. Educate our kids how to think, not what to think. We are a very involved group of parents that can parent our own children. So educate our children and let us handle ideology. We do not co-parent with you. You have proven time and time again that you are not capable of this. In fact, you have massively failed the community, parents, and most importantly, the kids. Dr. Shaner, don't know where he is, I was going to address him, was a Marine. Would his behavior put his rank in jeopardy if he was this way while in a leadership role, while in active duty? In the military, accountability and integrity is everything. Do the right thing, hold yourself accountable, and resign.
Thank you. Next is Davis Baucus.
Good evening. My name is David Baucus, and I am a parent of 2 kids in Rochester. And I'm a little bit different than everybody else here. I'm not here. I'm not from Rochester for 30 years. My wife and I came from Ohio, and we chose this area because of Rochester schools. And my topic today was, why should I keep my kids in your schools, or should I pull them out? I see that there's an unequal distribution of resources, seemingly against high-performing individuals. Even though we've seen some data today, I see otherwise. Why is there cancellation of honors classes for junior high? Why am I seeing elements in elementary school of holding gifted kids back? Why aren't there programs like we had when we were kids, that there was groups A and B and C and you were challenged, and instead of not being challenged? What I'd like to hear from the board is, we're not going to get rid of honors programs in junior highs. We're not going to get rid of honors and AP classes in high schools, and I would like you all to guarantee that, at least for my kids, for the next decade. Inappropriate books. I've heard it 5 times tonight, so I'm not going to dwell on it. I don't care how you justify it. It's inappropriate and unacceptable on any standard. They should be pulled from the libraries and quit the semantics and say that it's in teachers' personal libraries in their classrooms. Politics and ideology seem to be making decisions to allocate funds instead of what's right for our kids. Why does DEI and CRT be the only focus of what I read in every announcement? When teachers have continuing education credits every year, why don't I hear the most important thing of the anxiety of the kids of this once in 100-year crisis? Why aren't we training our educators and administrators and our teachers more on how to help our kids? The parents have a God-given right to raise our kids as we see fit, and I did not concede that right to any of you. Our kids are our most precious commodity, and we're dealing with behavior that we've never seen before. Kids have anxiety. I see it. All the neighborhood kids, my kids, it's not the normal. Why isn't there a full-time social worker in every Rochester school? Why isn't this not a priority? We have 29 total social workers, 21 are full-time, 8 are part-time. I'm sorry I didn't bring my laptop to edit this because one just retired. Over 15,000 kids, that comes out to 714 kids per social worker. That's overwhelming everybody. Lastly, Dr. Shanger's interests don't seem to be aligned with the community he serves or the parents that are raising our kids. His agenda seems to be outside the community. He hasn't learned anything from lawsuits starting over 2 years ago for monitoring parents. Today, let me be clear. He uses the tools of Rochester Hills tax dollars, spreads misinformation, and monitors parents. This is not okay at any time with any tax dollars and is disturbing. I ask immediately for Dr. Shaner to submit his letter of resignation, or you do your duty and terminate him and all other administration that were complicit in this. And if there's any board members that were complicit in this, that you resign after you do this. He simply no longer has the street credibility to lead the school or our children. And the number one reason I see that it's valid to ask for the resignation is the people here today. They all have the same message. That should mean something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Margaret Nagel. Margaret Nagel. Next then is Joshua Raymond.
Good evening, Board of Education and Administration. I look around this room and I see a heck of a lot of dedication. I see parents who are dedicated to the education of their kids. I see people who are dedicated to the history of our community. I see so many dedicated principals and teachers and administrators. And in every single one of you, I have seen dedication at times. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you. I'm going to start off with this. Parents are not pests. We're not problems. We're not protesters. We are partners. These are our kids. And by law, we are partners. Now, could you imagine if our district monitored Facebook groups in order to use the feedback on there to meet the needs of students and to improve or change where needed? If they proactively made changes before parents even went to the Board of Education to ask for them because they saw it was a hot topic in these groups. If they forwarded advocacy and ideas to the principals instead of protesters. If they saw a need for information and provided it without requiring a FOIA costing hundreds of dollars. If they called our employees or our employers and said, "This person wants school improvement. What a great employee you have." Maybe that wouldn't be such a great idea. We would have an astonishingly awesome district. Instead, wow, what a mess, what a disaster, what a complete waste of administrative resources, what complete destruction of the natural goodwill of families. I believe we can have one astonishingly awesome district. I believe we can regain the goodwill of families. I believe we can keep the amazing administrators and replace the disastrous ones. I believe our excellent teachers, strong principals, and great staff can work with parents to fix our community and our district and bring back pride. And I believe this fall, we will have parents running for Board of Education positions who believe that too, and will work for this success. I am proud to stand with parents who are looking to make our district the best it can be.
Seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eric Roberts. Eric Roberts. that was the last name on the list of the scheduled speakers. Is there a Cameron Bellistry? Or Margaret Nabel? Oh, those are yellow cards. Yep, we're coming up on that. Let's see here. So next is communication from members of the Board of Education on an individual level. Anything?
Was this also, I have as the Rochester Youth Assistance Liaison. I just wanted to let the community know they have two upcoming events in April. On April 12th, in conjunction with the Rochester Public Library, they have a program that is for ages 13 and up regarding preventing responsible use of technology, and that's at the library, and you can register online with the library, and I think a link went out to everyone. And then on April 26th, also at the library, this one is in person there, is Coping Effectively with Big Feelings, and you can register at the library, Rochester, rhpl.org as well. And then I also I attended the Oakland County School Board Association meeting last week. And they gave a presentation on boards working together.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so citizens giving yellow cards. First is Sam Foran, or Foran.
Good evening. Thank you. I'll make this quick. If I give you a dirty look, I have a migraine right now, so I'm not trying to give anybody a dirty look. Don't shoot the messenger. Thank you for your time. Last week at last board meeting, we brought up some discussion about some books being at the library and some reference book in high school libraries. So I did some light research, and I learned that the age of consent for all sexual activity in the state of Michigan is 16. And there are some nuances in terms of consent, but that's neither here nor there. Right now, none of our elected representatives in the state of Lansing appear to have raising the age of consent on their radar in terms of drafting legislation to change the law. So I would request that the board make sure that they legally can remove items lest we invite additional lawsuits, because at 16, they can legally do all sexual activities, and my 17 can legally date a 30-year-old, and I will not too happy about some things that I learned. But I would not like to see the ACLU bring a lawsuit against the district because we pulled some things that could legally be in the library. Everything under the age of 16 is illegal and impossible to consent. I'm just saying the law. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just saying the law. Some clarification of the law would be nice. The second question about the law that I would hope would have been addressed by now, but it has not. But in November, there was a school shooting 12 miles north of us. And my question for the board is that at the time, given the information that the school had when they met with the Crumbleys, when they refused to take their son from the school, what could they legally have done? Could they legally have sent him home or do they have to allow him to stay at the school? What does the law say? That has never been clarified for the public, and a lot of people say what they should have done and what should have happened, but it's never really been clarified. And so my second question is, if a situation like that were to happen in Rochester schools, what would they do? What does Rochester Community Schools have in place should they be in a situation like this and the parents refuse to take the child home? And what does the law allow for that? And if there aren't laws, I mean, what could they have done better to prevent a tragedy? Because as the more information comes out,
10 seconds.
It becomes clear that this could have been preventable. And what could people in Lansing do, and what could we do as parents to contract our representatives in Lansing to prevent something like this happening? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Manhire. Michelle left. Okay, thank you. This is David Tallman.
How you doing? I'm Dave. I am a third generation Rochester kid. My grandfather came here when he was 10 and caddied at Rochester Country Club, and I played there through my 20s because he loved it so much. And I went to Brooklands and Ruther and Rochester High, graduated in '84, and then my daughter went to Brooklands in '94, Ruther, and then she was in the first class that went to IA, and that was a great thing. And then my son, Ruther, and Rochester High also. And then when my son, when they went off to college, off to Michigan State, go Green, we started doing foster care, and we've had dozens of kids, but we've had 11 in the last 10 years that have been in the Rochester schools. 5 at Brooklands, 3 at Hampton, and 3 at Ruther. And I love the Rochester schools. I do a lot of advocacy, a lot of training, a lot of recruitment. I don't go anywhere without asking people, if you ever thought about doing foster care, come and talk to me, because there's about 4,000 not enough homes in the state of Michigan. But at least a third of the time when I don't have an answer for someone when they ask me a problem about foster care, it's because they're having a hard time getting the school system they're in to help them. I don't know what to say because my kids are in Rochester school. You know, I have to come down here in the middle of a school year with a kid who's probably hasn't done any schooling at all and get him into school. I have to come right down here at the end of the hallway and go to and I tell you what, I've never been anything but treated like a king. You know, every time we take a kid into the school, the principal from Brooklands was here earlier, and they see us coming, and they come out 100 yards from the school in the middle of the parking lot to welcome the kid to the school. They treat them like gold, and they get them the help they need. Other parents that are in other districts, they can't get their kid an IEP, they can't get their kid reading help, they can't get their kid a social worker. I never have any problems like that in Rochester schools. Some of you were at Brooklands today, and my beautiful son Jaden, who we got when he was 3 weeks old, was one of the kids helping you walk around, and he mentioned it when he got home. He's the biggest second grader in the world. He has size 7 men's shoes, so I'm probably going to be 10 feet tall. I don't know. But I can't see enough about Rochester schools, but twice in the last 2 weeks, I've heard Rochester schools mentioned on WJR, because I'm a big listener in the afternoon, around the 4 o'clock hour while I'm sitting in the parking lot waiting to pick these boys up from school. And twice in the last 2 weeks, I got to hear stories about Rochester community schools. Are you kidding me? It's not good. And we've gone this far into the evening without anybody making a threat, and I hate to be the one who does it, but if you don't clean up your act, next time at this meeting, it's going to be my wife up here, not me, and then you're going to be in trouble. Because I'm not a crusader, but she's got 3 crusades going right now, 1 at the state level and 2 at the county, and it's about keeping these kids safe. You don't want her up here. Sorry I had to go there and threaten you like that. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next card is Stephanie Van Dale.
Doesn't seem like a meeting without me talking twice, does it? So, parents, many of you may not like my presentation style, but I have a quick question. Where's Shaner? Shouldn't he be here too, listening to us, instead of all of you all having to take all of what's rolling downhill for him? I don't understand why there's this loyalty to him, because he certainly hasn't been loyal to you. Seems like he can dish it, but he can't take it. And there's many people here who are the show of force members, but not him. So why are you so loyal to him? I think letters from the ACLU mean that you're doing something wrong. Scott, welcome to the board meeting, because I'm pretty sure you weren't looking for that one, were you? I know, since October, right? So, I have an idea of things that you people can do to improve your relationship with us, the stakeholders, okay? I'm going to go with this here. I got 5 of them, okay? Number 1, cancel the RFP. Number 2, deed the land and the property and the building over to the city so that they can take care of it and you don't have it on your books anymore and you don't have to deal with it anymore. So give it to the city, give it to the people, because let's just say that we already paid for this building and it really doesn't belong to you. And then number 3, terminate Shaner for cause. There was a nice lady who had everything encompassed up here for why you should terminate him for his contract. No golden parachute. And then number 4, fire Fragamenti, fire Grind, and fire DeCreasy. Because how dare they actually sit there and obey an unlawful order given to them by someone who was violating everything that we uphold. And then number 5, y'all can resign, and I hate to say this because I am not a big government person. Resign, and then the state can come in and help us get people who we can trust. So those are the 5 steps you guys can take to get your shit in order.
Thank you. Next is, I believe it's Jane Evans.
Hello, I am Jane Evans. I have 2 children. One is a sophomore in college right now. She was a graduate of 2020, that fun year. And my son is a senior at Rochester High. I'm embarrassed to say I have never been to a Board of Education meeting before, but there are many people in this room who know who I am. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey because I think it's really important to it's really a little bit different story, but it tops it off with everything else going on right now with Dr. Shaner and the board and everyone who represents Rochester schools. A special education department as well, and more importantly. So I have feared a little bit from this environment that I would be retaliated. I'm a single mom, I'm a realtor in this community, and that's my job, okay? I have 2 kids going to college, and it's been a fight for me for 13 years with Rochester schools to get my son what he needs. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about my story. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, but some of you people don't even probably realize what goes on. You saw all these great presentations today from the staff of what's going on in Rochester schools. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about reality if you have a kid with special needs. It started in preschool that my son was identified with emotional impairment, and he got his first IEP. Then 3 years later, he was diagnosed with Asperger's. Everyone at Hamlin Elementary knows who he is. Everyone at West Middle School knows who he is. And everyone at Rochester High knows who he is. But you talk about inclusive? No way. No inclusivity at all. And you talk about the money I've had to spend to get my son the services he deserved. It's been thousands and thousands of dollars. In 3rd grade, I learned about this IEP was not being followed. So I hired my advocate. I've had an advocate since 3rd grade. And I've used her year after year. And you don't understand how much it costs to have an advocate. But this is unacceptable. Unacceptable. We moved here also for Rochester schools, thinking they were great, right? We didn't know. My son wasn't born yet. Now my daughter, it's a whole different story, right? She's a different child. But my son deserved the services that we were promised. But year after year, I had to fight with the schools and fight with the special education department, send emails with no responses. Fight, and then get the meetings together that we put together and put these other IPs and had the advocate help us get what the services he deserved.
30 seconds.
Okay, middle school, I'm going to hurry up. Middle school was a complete disaster. Rochester, when we get there, was actually pretty good. And I want to just say this. We have had some wonderful, wonderful teachers and paraprofessionals by his side, and that has just been amazing, okay? But the staff, the administrative staff, for the most part, we've had a couple that have helped us tremendously. But then we get to Rochester High, and then COVID hit, and it took me five times asking for someone to reach out to Colin. Now, he has an IEP, right? He has an IEP. Then I finally filed a state complaint and a civil complaint. And that was my second complaint with Rochester schools.
10 seconds.
That costs a lot more money. Finally got what I needed. But guess what? 34 days, I have 34 days left. But I am a Rochester community member. I'm a realtor that's selling houses in this community, and I want to sell Rochester schools. So I am asking for the resignation also of Dr. Shaner. Number one, because he has never returned my calls either, and he knows who I am. And everything I've heard about the Board of Education going on, I've finally decided to come and speak up. So the good news is my son is graduating, he's going to college, and there's been a lot of other support that has helped, but not without thousands of dollars that I've had to spend. The special education department needs to change, and the top needs to change, because that's where it all starts. No one ever calls me back.
Thank you. This is... Next is Joanne Kocher.
I'm Joanne Puffer-Kotcher. Some of you know me as the Donut Dolly. I served with the Red Cross in Vietnam for 12 months during the war. We were the first women allowed in a combat zone. I was almost killed 6 times. I saw the price of freedom. In another life, I was a high school math teacher, and I have 2 children who went through the Rochester Community Schools. This is the first time the situation has been so bad, I felt I needed to come to a school board meeting. By law, our schools are subject to local control. School officials must listen to the parents. We have seen some recent examples of some officials who got that wrong. Need I mention Virginia? John Rocha is a candidate for state representative in the Michigan 78th District. That is the southwestmost district in Michigan, bordered by Lake Michigan and Ohio. Rocha is a Marine veteran. He has announced a major piece of legislation to protect our young students from sexual indoctrination in Michigan schools. Rocha said on Monday, elementary kids should learn about math, science, history, and how to read and write. Radical sexual indoctrination from adults pushing personal agendas has no place whatsoever in the education of Michigan's youngest students. I forgot to show you my coat. Thank you. Rocha's legislation mirrors a recent bill in Florida. He said, as state representative, I will introduce legislation modeled after the law recently signed by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, banning discussion or dissemination of materials that involve sexual orientation, gender identity, or any sexually explicit content in kindergarten through 4th grade. If these ideas don't belong in the schools, they don't belong in the library either.
"30 seconds.
We all know it's a good idea to listen to Grandma, even though she's voting way down in Florida. Rocha said, radical leftists will call me a bigot and a homophobe, which wouldn't be further from the truth. I just want to give all our kids a chance to be kids.
10 seconds.
As a parent, this fight is important to me. I agree with Rocha.
Thank you. Next is Carrie, it might be Chauchet. Very good.
Hello. First and foremost, I'm just so proud to be a part of this community and all these people who got up to speak and, against, where people are scared and they're scared because of of your actions. They're scared of retaliation. And you know what, honestly, I was scared too. I wasn't sure I was going to come up here. I told my mom I was coming here, and she said, "Oh, Carrie, don't do it. You don't need trouble. There's some bad people associated with this group." That is sad. That is really sad. My mom said, "Carrie, don't do it. You don't need trouble." What kind of retaliation are you going to face if you get up there? You know why I'm here? I'm here because I care about our kids. I'm a taxpayer. And there's all these other people that spoke up, and I feel like I need to use my voice too. I'm not going to be bullied. I'm not going to be silenced by anybody. And, you know, my kids aren't in the Rochester schools anymore. I pulled them out several years ago. And Jane, your story really touched me. I have a child with special needs, and in your schools, the pain that we endured in the Rochester schools was so bad. We had we got tricked into signing something that wasn't an IEP. It was the level below, and I'm blanking on what it was. 504, it hadn't even been in place for 2 weeks when it was violated. And I'll never forget it. The learning consultant responded to my email and said, "We purposely wrote it vague so that anybody could provide those supports, including his own teacher." Teacher had over 30 students. Those supports were not provided. We left. I have 3 kids. I paid $30,000 to send my child to Eaton Academy because you guys wouldn't provide any support to a family that was suffering. That is shameful. I moved here from Chicago. I grew up in the Rochester schools. When I convinced my husband, a Chicago native, to move to Michigan, I convinced him to move to Rochester. He wanted Birmingham, honestly. And we chose Rochester because of the Rochester schools. And then we were so disappointed beyond measure. The year that we left the Rochester Community Schools was one of the most difficult years of my life because it was so sad to feel that you guys didn't care about my children and that you were more worried about whatever it was going to cost to provide those services than to just actually help a child who needed it. And so then to hear of the actions that are occurring today, the way the money is being spent, and how in the world did Shaner qualify for this huge raise? I mean, I'm a recruiter for a living. I place people in jobs. I understand how performance is measured and how people get raises. This man got the biggest raise, and our teachers got very little. No additional funds to the special needs programs. You know, we've got dilapidated buildings. I just don't understand how these decisions are being made, and I'm really upset that you are silencing our community and our voices and what we need for our children.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Yazbek.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Good evening. My name is Thomas Yazbek. I am a proud graduate of Rochester Community Schools. I attended Brewster Elementary School, then I attended Van Heusen Middle School, then I attended Rochester Adams. I'm a proud Highlander, as well as a proud Spartan at MSU. I really don't agree with most of the statements that have been said tonight. I don't really see a reason why Shaner needs to be removed or that anyone on this board needs to be removed. Maybe he can take a pay cut. Maybe that's something we can arrange. But I was served very well by RCS Special Education. It's why I could go to MSU and graduate with a Bachelor of Science in Geography. I went to private school for a while, and I endured a lot of bullying for the few weeks that I was there. I didn't get the special services that I need. When I returned to RCS, it was a night and day, and my parents do not regret sending me to RCS. As a matter of fact, my parents do not agree with, frankly, with what a lot of people are saying tonight. I live in Rochester Hills, so when I was in school, the school library, and whether it was in a classroom, whether it was teachers' books or the books in the media centers, that was a place for me to explore. And the idea that we want to censor books just because they deal with topics that certain parents are uncomfortable with is, I don't agree with that. I think that this is kind of a knee-jerk reaction that needs to be dealt with much more sensitively. I mean, just the last comment, I don't want to talk about other commenters. We're not supposed to do that. So I'll just say that there are people out there with that belong to different groups, sexual orientation, ethnicity, all kinds of things, and they need to be able to explore that in school. We need to be an inclusive environment. So I'm just I'm not on board with that. I think that RCS is doing a good job. There are probably things that need to be worked on, but I think they're doing a good job. I'll also add at the end, I am a member of the Rochester Avon Historical Society. I will say that saving a Rochester landmark is important. I think that, I looked at some of the estimates. It would cost more to develop a new building than to preserve the old one. So I think that the dollars and cents make sense. The environmental aspect of it makes sense. Demolition and construction of a new building is incredibly carbon intensive compared to rehabbing one. I personally would like to see a use for the building that brings more neighbors to Rochester. We don't have enough apartments. We don't have enough rental units for people. I've been to many cities around Michigan where old high schools have been repurposed, such as Corunna High School, into awesome apartments where people live in. I almost lived in those, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't. So I'd like to see something like that for the future of this building, which is just a wonderful place to be in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dennis Toludo.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Toluto, 31-year resident in Rochester Hills. Thank God my kids are grown and gone. I could not imagine dealing with some of the things that the parents are dealing with today. The reason for my appearance is there are plenty of friends and family that have kids in this school system that are near and dear to me. And some of the things that I've read in the public press and in social media just didn't sit right. So I'm compelled to say something, and you're not going to like this at all. The background that I'm bringing forward as a multi-term board member, I've served on boards. I've been a chairman of a board. I had corporate counsel that was rated in the top 10 in the country. So I've been schooled pretty hard in the responsibilities, legally, fiduciary, otherwise. And this is just an abject failure. This is a complete failure of governance and leadership. And I've spent, it's amazing when you start going through the mission. I went through your website, I looked at your policies, I looked at your handbook, and what's really interesting is you've got an open job requisition that you're going to be interviewing people for, and right in your own statement, this is on your website, an individual who has been convicted of a felony involving dishonesty, deceit, fraud, or a breach of the public trust related to an elective office or position of government employment is disqualified from service on the board. And you're going to interview that person? Really? Really? You're disqualified by your own language. So I've been through you should read Michigan Code 380 on education. It's brilliant because what's interesting, every clause in 380 when it talks about certain phrases, certain functions or rights or whatever, it always ends with the consent of their parents and guardians.
30 seconds.
Everything. So let me get to the point where you are really not going to like this. You know, your directors and officers, there's a president, a vice president, a treasurer, and a secretary, and you have members. And I know one of you, for a fact, is a lawyer. You've got D&O and E&O insurance that protects you, indemnifies you. However, almost every D&O and E&O policy has exclusionary clauses for criminal acts, intentions, and fraudulent acts, including libel, slander, defamation of character, violating rights of privacy, wrongful eviction, false arrest. You guys have violated your own D&O and E&O, and I hope you get counsel because you're going to need it. When your insurance carrier rejects your D&O and E&O, you become personally liable. You don't have corporate liability. You become personally liable. Shaner, whatever that lawsuit cost you, he should reimburse the district for that.
Beyond time. Thank you. Next card is Julie Stalker.
Hello, I'm Julie Stalker, a parent. I've spoken about reading and dyslexia in the past. I've asked several times who's on the curriculum team. Several parents have. No answers. We want to know what subject matter experts are included. My professional experience is in project management and product management. I managed a technically complex, intangible product. I've sat on both sides of the table for vendor selection. I identified which subject matter experts were needed to evaluate vendors and created a multidisciplinary team. Do you have a multidisciplinary team? Or does everyone have the same experience, expertise, and education? Curriculum vendors present research. Who on the team is qualified to evaluate scientific research? The research is most likely conducted by psychologists. We employ psychologists, some of whom may have experience beyond the school as researchers. They may have published their own studies or peer-reviewed others. No one will answer who is on the team or what areas of expertise are represented. Here is a printout, I'll give you guys a copy, that your curriculum vendor, LLI, posted on their website. If someone qualified to evaluate research and familiar with statistics were to see this, they would realize that the study proves that LLI has no effect on reading ability. But whoever works in the marketing department at LLI either doesn't know this or thinks no one else does because they put this study proving that they are ineffective on their website like it was a good thing. I've asked about research and come away with no answers. No one will tell me what current research they are looking at. I know some of your vendors use in-house research that's not independent or peer-reviewed. One of them ignores data from some participants if it doesn't support what they want to prove. I asked if you were looking at research from Drs. Duke and Cartwright from U of M last spring, and you'd never heard of it, but said you'd take a look. No one will say whose research you review. The science of reading is all of the research pertaining to reading that the scientific community agrees upon. Some of it is new, much is older. 20 years ago, the National Panel on Reading found that balanced literacy is not the most effective way to teach reading. Reading is a skill that most people need to be explicitly taught. It is not an automatically acquired skill, as balanced literacy assumes. All of our gen ed programs are still balanced literacy. For decades, people have been challenging Lucy Calkins, Teachers College Writers Workshop, Units of Study, whatever you want to call her stuff. They've been challenging her program using research that proves how we learn to read and that her program doesn't fit. She hasn't discovered some new research that's never been done before. Several states have laws making programs like hers practically illegal. She is frantically updating her program now, but not all of it. In some cases, she's doing a find and replace. She's keeping the way she teaches, but she's trying to
30
call it by a
seconds.
different name and hoping no one notices. Even if she did completely rewrite the whole thing in accordance with scientific research, it would be brand new. No experience, no track record. When telling us which vendor won a bid, you present a decision matrix with weighted criteria. Thank you. I love when you do that, Matt. Sometimes one of those criteria is how much experience the vendor has. Do we value experience and
10
track
seconds.
record in our curriculum vendors? Do we value scientific research? I don't know. I've never been told what criteria we evaluate or who is qualified to do the evaluating. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card, I believe, is Dan Bowe.
Good evening. I'm retired law enforcement. I'm a Vietnam veteran. Proud of both. Very proud. At 19, in leadership, I learned, being a platoon sergeant, having 16 lives that I was responsible for, and them being responsible for mine. There was no limit to acknowledging mistakes. People got hurt. People got killed. And the typical thing is to blame yourself. Okay? You folks you're not doing that. You're sitting in your seats with a little bit of a panic. I read body language really well. And you're trying to be poised. You haven't even offered this group for I've been standing since 5:30. That's almost 74. I feel pretty good about that. But you haven't offered a break. Stand up and stretch. Go get a drink of water. Anything. Just common sense, common courtesy. Your leadership is under fire here because of the dignity that you've taken away from these people. This is your army. I went with the army that I was with. We didn't pick one another. You didn't pick these folks either. But they are the army that you depend on. They pay for your salaries, right? I wasn't going to get involved in this until I learned over the last couple of weeks of the retaliation against Elena DeVerno. And I'm here to tell you, with the armor of God and the peaceful truth, if you do that to anyone else in any kind of way, as long as you are board members here or any authority here, you will have people like me or me standing with that family. You won't get away with it again. You've abdicated your responsibilities. If you were paramedics, the only ones available in the north sector going by that PI accident, people ejected from their vehicle, the way you've conducted yourself apparently, and you're Americans. I'm sure you didn't intend to take your positions and get to this point, this moment in time. But you would drive by that accident and say, man, it's somebody else's job. We'll delegate that out to somebody else. Terrible. So you have an opportunity. And I was reading something about Tocqueville. Tocqueville spent a couple, 3 years in America. He came from France just to spend time with Americans. Some of you know the story. But his conclusion was, the United States is a great place as long as you keep the goodness of the people. You've lost the goodness of the people. You've lost it. My advice to you would be another one of his quotes: the most perilous moment for a bad government is one when it seeks to mend its ways. In your cases, that dog has already left. It's too late. You heard it tonight, 78 to 1. I was hoping that somebody would come up here and defend you. I wanted to. I know individually you look in the mirror just like I do and say, you are the judge. You are the final arbiter of what you do every day. Your actions as leaders is the bottom line. It's not words, it's all actions. And it's obvious that you have failed in that area. If you acknowledge it, you're going to be a better person for it. You're all young enough to find another position.
10 seconds.
Somewhere. Okay? Focus on that. You're all young enough to find another position. All right? Take care.
Thank you. Next card is Andrew Weaver.
So I got asked by a reporter before we came in, a few of us gathered outside. I got asked, well, how did I feel about stuff? And my response was, I'm optimistic. Sitting here at past midnight and knowing that the district, and as we heard from Kristen Bull in her testimony, that Shaner sets the agenda, intentionally moved the comments to the end, intentionally canceled the meeting prior to this and put the two presentations together to create it so that more than likely people wouldn't stay till well past midnight to have their voices heard. 4 people didn't show up. I think it was 46 on the agenda, 4 people had to leave. That's pretty impressive. That's why I'm optimistic. A number of people, all we've asked for is the ability to have conversation, to have dialogue. Someone can come up here and absolutely give their opinion that they don't think Shaner did anything wrong and the board hasn't done anything wrong. They're entitled to their opinion. They also can be wrong. So that's the point. But I'd gladly sit down and talk to that person to try and explain to them why they are wrong. As I sat down with Albert Rush to talk about DEI and why it is wrong. And yet, we can't have those conversations. That's the dialogue that is not being allowed to happen because we're creating the divisiveness. So again, as people continue to come up here and talk, we have to make sure we understand leadership is supposed to de-escalate situations. You're supposed to understand, you're seeing emotion. You've seen emotion for almost 2 years. You are messing with people's children. To not expect there to be emotion would be, again, it's just irresponsible. There's going to be emotion. So now, I hope as we continue to move forward, and if you choose not to do what's right, I would imagine to hopefully see even more people come at the next meeting, because this is not okay. And people are going to stand with those. So for the people that come up here and are afraid of their jobs being lost, the community is going to make sure that doesn't happen. Because we'll make sure we support those people that do the right thing, that want to have dialogue, that can have a disagreement. But for everyone that's still up here that does not acknowledge what they did was wrong, that is a level of narcissism that is just unbelievable. So again, and I really do, one question if we can answer, Scott, why did you show up? What is different today than, if we can get one answer, you haven't been here since October. What's different for today? I think a lot of people would really like to know that answer.
Thank you. Next card, I believe, is Peter Adar. Peter Adar, no. The next card, Sydney Wills. Pardon me? Okay. Next card, Robert Yeager.
I just have 2 very narrow topics. Bob Yeager again from Oakland Township. I forgot to mention 2 of my grandchildren went to Baldwin, Hart Middle School, and Stony Creek High School. My mother was a secretary to the superintendent in my hometown of Strongsville, Ohio for about 20 or 30 years. So that's how I learned about how schools work and superintendents. My brother had undiagnosed dyslexia, and so he ended up the best he could be was an auto mechanic. He took everything apart and put it back together. But eventually, when he identified the problem, he's now a NASA technician in Cleveland, works on the moon lander. So I noticed that there are 79 committees in the state legislature, House and Senate. I can't follow them all. I follow a few. The Senate Education Committee tomorrow is talking about 4 bills, Senate bills. I think they're 381, 82, 83, and 84. They all have to do with making schools take care of dyslexia, diagnose it, make sure teachers are trained in it, and even having a state committee to advise people on the issue of dyslexia. So I thought that was great. I just read it today for the first time. It seems like something the school board ought to support. I believe you can legally support legislation, say we think this is a good idea to pass these laws. I think you can do that. Our township does it on certain matters. The second narrow issue is FOIA requests. I've said I've entered about 100 FOIA requests here, Lake Orion Community Schools, a couple other places I can't recall. I entered one to Rochester school system in all that time. Back, I think it was the last day before you went on winter vacation. So I thought, well, I'm not going to get an answer in 10 days, and that's okay. You know, when they get back, we'll start the 10-day clock then. So 10 days went by, and I sent an email, said, well, you know, where's my response? And that was ignored for a while. So I said, well, then I went back and read the procedure, and it says being ignored is the same as being denied. Whoops, now I better go to the appeal stage. So I went to the appeal stage, which I was surprised that it was to go to a next level of the administration. In our township, you go to the Board of Trustees. And I researched all the surrounding school boards around Rochester, and about half of them, you take your appeal to the Board of Education, which makes sense. I mean, if your administration is failing, do you really want it to go to the next level of administration so they could admit that the lower level? I don't think it's going to work. So, if you look at Troy, I think it's Troy, Pontiac, and Auburn Hills. There's Troy at least. They have an extensive FOIA document, 25 pages long, and all through, whichever these schools are, they all are exactly the same. So they must have got them from a legal service. I suspect there's services that provide documents. And so theirs, to me, looks like the gold standard. And I didn't get to check it, but I think it's the same thing we have in Oakland Township. Third narrow topic, if we could get this kind of turnout for issues in our township, we would have a great government. We get 2 people. And our hot topic issues they're always, if they're going to build something, anybody's going to build something, we don't want anything built in our township, no way, that gets people out. The second biggest issue is changing the menu at the Pink Creek Cider Mill. That was the biggest issue in Oakland Township in the past year, but torches and pitchforks came out full force. So tomorrow we're having a board meeting, and I'm going to make sure they get a summary from me of what's going on in the school system. We have 10% of the students in your school system, I believe, are from Oakland Township. And I don't know if there's anybody here from Oakland Township. I don't think there is. I don't recognize a single person who spoke.
In time.
Are there some? Okay, well, we'll make sure that they know about things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, members of the administration. Anything? Okay. Members of the Board of Education, comments? Okay. Announcements, March 23rd at 6 p.m. Again, that's day after tomorrow, actually tomorrow. Open house to meet the candidates, and then 6:30 will be the special meeting, including candidate interviews and selection. March 26th to April 3rd is spring break, and there will be no school. Need a motion to adjourn the meeting at 12:20 a.m. Motion by Barb and support from Kristen. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, meeting is adjourned at 12:20 a.m. Thank